Good morning and welcome back to Wantage Road. Day 4, the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. The Northants batters have made their way to the middle. They are Captain Luke Proctor and Night Watchman George Scrimshaw. Gloucestershire players in a huddle at the bottom of their balcony with the coaches as they make their way out to the middle. The state of play as it stands. Northamptonshire 414 runs behind Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire need 8 wickets. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. The stream's powered by Daffabet. It's a big first hour, this, Phil.
Do you know what? I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's a big first hour. As we said 2 days ago, there's never an hour that's not an important hour. This is an important hour. I am slightly surprised to see Ollie Price starting from the Lynn Wilson end. He is a right arm off spinner. He's going to start around the wicket to George Scrimshaw, unless he's forgotten that it's a right hander on strike. This is clearly a plan that has been thought about overnight in the Gloucestershire camp. We will see. If I was George Scrimshaw and had an option of what to face, I would, of the sensible available options, Pricey around the wicket would probably be towards the top of that list.
Yeah, would be probably in the gold medal position, wouldn't it, I think? Much fewer fielders around the bat, but here we go. Scrimshaw, solid in defence, as he was last night. Yeah, we saw at the end of play last night, didn't we? There was a slip, a leg slip, a gully, a silly point, a short leg. While Safagohar was bowling. This morning, a first slip and a short leg. It's got the outside edge, and Proctor has called his Night Watchman 3. Obviously, a slight change in plan, isn't there, for Scrimshaw? He's just going to have to bat now. It's not a case of facing deliveries.
No, he is now AN of the batsman, isn't he, in that respect? He will be really relishing this opportunity, I'm sure. He shaped it very well last night, had a little thrust at 1, but that was about the size. But he's on 3 at the minute. His job is to just dead bat everything that he faces.
Yeah.
The scoreboard is irrelevant to Northants. But he's not a bad, I mean, from what I've seen so far, it's early days. He's not a bad option as Night Watchman at all.
Proctor defends his first back to Ollie Price. Something momentous will happen today, whichever way you look at this, Phil.
Yeah, there's some things to tick off, aren't there? There are some things to tick off.
Something big will happen. Either Northamptonshire bat for a long time and pull off a pretty incredible result from the position, or Gloucestershire pick up that first win that they've been looking for since September 22.
I'm just wondering, I'm thinking, I'm racking my brain and thinking, if they don't want to open the bowl on this end with Safagohar, which clearly they don't, what about Graham Van Buren, who also bowls left arm spin and would land the ball more frequently in that dangerous rough area? I'd love to know what the thinking is. I'm not saying there isn't any thinking. What I'm saying is I can't tune into it. That is not a rare occurrence. People who know me well would tell you that I'm often the last to the party when it comes to working things out. But I also think, I mentioned yesterday the old adage of do what the opposition least want you to do.
Yeah.
I can't think this is what Northants least wanted to face this morning. Is Price from round the wicket, certainly to the right hander. I mean, obviously he's an off spinner, so he will threaten the outside edge of the left hander's bat. The rough comes into play there.
Yeah.
But the rough is wide at the far end, bowling from the Lynn Wilson end. The rough is wide, and an off spinner landing the ball there doesn't really offer a lot of threat.
No, I agree. Well, as you said, there obviously is a plan. Maybe it was just a 1-over plan. Who knows? Josh Shaw, who's bowled very well throughout the course of this game so far, will open the bowling this morning from the David Capel end. He's got 3 slips in place. Someone that we didn't see, did we, in the first innings after the new ball. So he's got a second spell much later on in the piece. It's 44 overs old now. He's 5 overs, none for 25. And he's got Scrimshaw on strike. And he's going to start straight. He's going to appeal for LBW, as are the slip fielders. And the umpire unmoved.
I'm going to look forward today to counting the number of times the ball hits the pad and Gloucestershire don't appeal. That would be there's a stat.
It is. It would be a stat.
You had a look at the replay. I wasn't confident. Was it a good shout?
No,
No,
that was sliding down.
Yeah. Very full, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think when you need 8 wickets, I think everything's a good shout. To be completely honest with you, Phil. Scrimshaw defends back to the bowler. The pitch has changed. I think that's really worth kind of highlighting.
Oh, definitely.
And I think with the way that it has changed, it makes Gloucestershire's first innings of 409 that more impressive.
Yeah.
To put up that score on a pitch that was doing a lot. Siddharth and Sanderson in particular were getting the ball to do plenty. It has just flattened out as the game has gone on. The heavy roll has been on it, obviously, in between the innings breaks. And as you said, the sun's been on it. The colour has changed. Well, Scrimshaw looked like he tried to line up a big drive off Josh Shaw there, but ended up playing it back to mid-on.
I think on reflection, we talked about how well Gloucestershire batted, having been inserted on that first day. 409 was a terrific effort. From the Northants perspective, we said they were slightly off their best with the ball, and in particular, I think length. I think they were slightly short of a length. They did go past the outside edge, but the length that they were bowling meant that the deviation movement they got had happened before it reached the bat. So a little bit fuller on reflection would have been the way to go on that pitch.
Yeah, as they say, hindsight's allegedly wonderful. Yet to convince myself that's
but you got to work these things out.
True.
You know, you got to work these things out very quickly, haven't you? If you continually go past the edge from what you think is the right length, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
You have to go fuller.
Yeah.
You risk getting driven, but you got to be happy to be driven to get the edge when the ball is doing so much. You know, your virtual half volley is a good delivery on a ball that's really, really seaming, on a wicket that was seaming as it was. Well played, George Scrimshaw.
Yeah, and that length that Gloucestershire settled in on, didn't they, so well in Northamptonshire's first innings? They hit pretty much the perfect length throughout.
Absolutely, to stumps, wasn't it?
It
was as simple as that. You know, that is what the bowling coach and the bowling, whoever is the sort of the leader of the pack, would have said stumps. That's what we're going for. We're going for stumps. Certainly after the lunch break in the Northants first innings, that is what they came back and did brilliantly. Virtually every ball targeting the stumps.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have been mighty impressive throughout the course of the 3 days that we've had so far. It's hard really to think of, we spoke, didn't we, about Northants just needing to go a bit fuller. It's hard really to think Gloucestershire have left anything out there, to be honest. I think they've been as good as what they possibly could have been over the last 3 days, and they're good value for the position they find themselves in the game.
You know, I don't know if this will mean anything to anyone else, but I have an expression of they look like a cricket team. When I'm seeing good intensity, good basics done well, togetherness, good variation in the attack, all of those good basic cricket things done well consistently, I kind of say they look like a cricket team.
Yeah.
And it is very surprising that they've been winless for so long.
Yeah, I would agree. See, Mark Elaine has come in as head coach over the winter, so there has been a change in personnel behind the scenes, and obviously probably a few on the field as well. We are set fair today here at Wantage Road, which will be good news for Gloucestershire fans. There was talk of weather about, wasn't there, on day 4, but weather forecast, unless it's going to change, says no precipitation during the day. And even better news for Gloucestershire fans, there is a blanket of high cloud just drifting in over Wantage Road this morning as well.
Yeah, that can do one as soon as it likes. Let's get the sun. Let's get the sun through, please.
Proctor turns that one round the leg side. He's going to have a look for 2. He's going to settle on 1 though. Scrimshaw turned. There's absolutely no need to take on anything 50-50 at the moment. We're 7 minutes into day 4. You don't want to give Gloucestershire a sniff, do you, from a Northants perspective?
Price already changed of plans, come over the wicket now to Scrimshaw, started round. I'm going to stop praising George Scrimshaw's technique because I might do for him, but I think he's a very accomplished lower order batter in terms of defence.
Yeah, he's looked organised, hasn't he, so
He
far?
really has. Sometimes the wheels come off when tailenders try to attack, but certainly in defence, very organised.
Yeah, again, just quite happy to dead bat that back to the bowler. He's faced 25 balls now in his role as night watchman.
How long before Ollie Price is out of the attack, do you think?
Well, the short answer is I don't know.
We don't know.
My answer would be I was surprised that he was opening the bowling this morning anyway. Graham Van
He's got
Buren,
11 wickets at 80.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren sees it very differently. You would say, from what we've seen in this game so far, that Gloucestershire have got two trump cards, one of which is obviously Zafar Gohar. Maybe not as prolific as what he has been so far this year, but those stats are kind of caveated by the fact that I think he's only played one game, I think. But he got 32 wickets last year, didn't he? I think in the championship. If I just check my notes, he did. And obviously Marchant as well.
Yeah.
5 wickets in the first innings.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, the pitch looked flatter yesterday for him and it didn't do quite as much, but with a few extra overheads about, they would be the two that I'd be looking for. No disrespect to Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale, who I think bowled really well throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, I agree. Tom
Price picked up a handy wicket of Bartlett, didn't he? Whilst he was coming in for a few, I think you called them rehab overs, didn't you? It's
a
bit of a holding role, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Just burgled one, really.
Yeah, it was a surprise, wasn't it? It just bounced, didn't it? George Bartlett on the back foot, keeper up, good catch by James Bracey up to the stumps. It just bounced on him a little bit.
3 slips in for Scrimshaw.
Get ready for the Yorker. Scrimmy. I'd imagine that's his nickname.
Sounds like a logical conclusion. It's not the Yorker, and it's played nicely into the leg side by Scrimshaw. He picks up 1, gets down the other end. It must be now obviously you'll be far more qualified to answer this question than what I will, but I think the obvious thing is a Yorker to Scrimshaw at 6'6", 6'7". It's going to be hard to dig out, isn't it? But actually, the bumper for Scrimshaw. Okay, he was a number 11. He was carded at 11. But I think you're going to have to bowl an absolute brute of a bumper for Scrimshaw to kind of get worried about that, because it's got such a lot of kind of real estate to work with at that point. Nicely played by Proctor. It's not going to go to the boundary. Well fielded by Ajit Singh Dale. Keeps it down to 1.
Sure, looking to bowl very, very full at Proctor, isn't he? So he's targeting not Yorkers, but very, very full. He's hoping, I think, that Luke Proctor falls over one, misses it and gets struck on the pad at the moment. Hasn't bowled anything across the left-hander. Been targeting the stumps very much. What's Neil Bainton up to? He's having a wander. Something's going on. It's hit the ball. Yes, it is. The umpires are looking at the ball. The captain has invited them to examine it. They're not sure. Yesterday, they were very sure very quickly that it needed change, and this time they've given it back to him.
Yeah, it was a very brief kind of glance at the cricket ball last night, wasn't it? Before it got changed.
Yeah.
That one there. Clearly nothing wrong with it. So given straight back to Van Buren.
Martin Saggers making a note of that. You can only ask the umpires to look at the ball a couple of times.
Really? Okay.
And that was one, so he's making a note of that.
That's a good Yorker, isn't it? Which Scrimshaw plays well. So is that a this is a bit of a basic way of describing it, but a kind of a cries wolf type situation, is it?
Yeah.
And actually, but what would happen then if the ball was kind of in tatters?
Oh, well, that's a great question.
After you've asked a number of times, does the umpire just kind of turn you away and go, unlucky?
Well, I don't know. Is the short answer to that question. I mean, there has to be a limit, and there is, on how often you can ask the umpire to look at and examine the ball, because it can be used as a time wasting tactic.
Yeah.
Immediately I say he hasn't gone across him, he goes across the left-hander, well bowled. It can be used as a time wasting tactic. It can be that there's just a difference of opinion, that the field inside think, this ball is now out of shape or unusable, and the umpire thinks otherwise. So, but there's got to be a limit to those conversations, and so there is. What happens after that limit's been reached is a very good question. I mean, if the ball's out of shape, it's got to be changed, because that you should not be playing with the ball that's out of shape. So if it's just out of condition, if there's a bit of string, some of the seams come off, you can cut that. If it's split, then I guess that is outside the bounds of that limit. I guess if the quarter seam is open, or there's if the inners are coming through the seam, then that probably gets changed and is outside of that law. But in terms of the general condition of the ball, you can only ask a couple of times. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? And we've seen it a number of times at county level and obviously international level. And I think there was one quite famous in that most recent Ashes series, wasn't there? That the ball got changed, and
that was remarkable.
The ball started to do something quite quickly. So you mentioned the time wasting tactic, but actually, I don't think Gloucestershire are going to be interested in wasting any time here.
No. I wasn't accusing them of that. I was just giving a context. Yeah.
However, contextually, there could be an element of this ball didn't do it much.
Yeah.
Any chance we could have a look at a different one?
Yeah.
Because you just never know, do you? That's the beauty of the fact that they're all handmade and everyone's going to be fractionally different to the next one.
There's a Northampton cricketer. I played club cricket against this guy after he retired from professional cricket. But a guy called Mike Dilley, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think passed away fairly recently. And Mike Dilley was a very what can I say? Kind of in the Ben Stokes, Ian Botham mould. He made things happen on the field, and if nothing was happening, then he would do whatever was needed to make things happen. I think his most famous attribute is hat tricks. I think he got a number of hat tricks during his time at Northampton. But he was the man to put on to bowl when the ball was doing absolutely nothing, because he would bowl a waist high, gentle full toss, get it deposited out of the ground, get a new ball, and that was one of his many roles.
That's fantastic.
There's also a local cricketer for the Northampton cricket supporters who are tuning into this. There's a very famous but eminent family, the Wolstenholme family, who are connected with a number of clubs, in particular Horton House Cricket Club. The granddad, Jim Wolstenholme, ran junior cricket there for many years. His son Paul probably still turns out somewhere in his late 60s, fine cricket, and his two sons, very talented cricketers, Mark and John, and very deep thinkers about the game, Mark and John, and Paul and Jim. The gene is a strong gene of cricket intelligence has been passed down, and Mark was playing up at Northampton Saints, and he was not happy with the ball, the quality of the ball, and asked the umpires to do something about it. The umpires had no interest in this. So the next ball that he bowled was defended back down the wicket to him. During the over, he picked it up, turned, and threw the ball into the gardens of the houses at the Saints ground. About that. He didn't want to go for six to lose the ball, so he literally threw the ball out of the ground.
Oh my!
Yeah.
So that's four overthrows, and
I think some penalty was given to him. I can't remember the full detail of what happened next, but I remember hearing that and thinking, yeah, I can imagine one of the W's doing that.
That's quite outrageous, isn't it?
It's brilliant, isn't it?
151 for 2 off 48 overs for Northamptonshire. Scrimshaw's on strike, he's on 6. Proctor's on 48. And Gloucestershire just making sure this field is exactly where they want it. They've got 3 slips. They've got a catcher in at mid-wicket as well. That's a short ball, which is down the leg side, and Scrimshaw gets underneath that one.
That was quite rapid, that bumper. I thought that got to him quite quickly, didn't it?
He looks well, clearly not as broad-shouldered as Marchant, but he looks like a broad-shouldered lad, doesn't he, Josh Shaw?
Build them strong up north, don't they? He's a handy cricketer.
Well, we saw that in the first innings with the bat, didn't we, with that partnership that just kind of took the game away, really, for the home side. Very impressive up top with the new ball as well. It's nicely played by Scrimshaw. Line 2 straight. Turns around the corner. I think it's going to be a leg by. Brings the captain on strike. There'll be a significant change in the field here, won't there, now, with the out-and-out batter at the business end. It's
early days this morning. We haven't yet seen any seam movement, as we did not see. We saw hardly any seam movement really yesterday evening. As we said, the wicket has changed colour; it's flattened out. Airspeed is going to be very important to Gloucester winning this game, I suspect.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you've got someone like DeLang, and DeLang kind of blew the last few wickets away with pace, didn't he? That is a great attribute to have in your team. It's brilliant to have quality, crafty seamers. If I could say this, my kind of bowlers.
Yeah.
Bowlers that I really enjoy watching. But absolute out-and-out gas blows the tail away, and Gloucester will be happy to know they've got that in their armoury.
Great shot by Proctor. Miles Hammond's almost dived.
Is it going to go?
Is it going to go?
Is it going to go? It's not going to go. It's not got.
I think it actually is just.
Wow.
In snooker, they'd say he's cushioned it, wouldn't he? I think he's just placed it nicely against the cushion on the outfield. And he's got 50. The captain's got 50. Another one for Luke Proctor and the Northants skipper this year. He's brought up plenty so far. Yet to convert, but no better day to do that than against Gloucestershire when his team needs him. What would have been the messages overnight, Rowie, for Northants and for Gloucester?
I don't think there was anything to say.
No,
to Northants.
Pretty obvious, I guess.
I think so. I mean, obviously, I can't tell you because I don't know what was or wasn't said, so I'm not in danger of giving anything away. My own, in my myself and Rips in the changing room, checking in on everyone good. Got a big day ahead tomorrow. Just maybe there might be a reminder about something that we've seen from the opposition bowlers.
Yeah.
You might have a conversation. For example, I'll come back to that. Watch this one from Josh Shaw. I'd be talking to the left-handers. I would want the left-handers in the Northants lineup to think about playing very straight to Zafar Gohar and not trying to score with an angled bat.
Yeah.
Fourth day pitch, there's rough there. Some will bounce and some will not bounce. And if you're playing with an angled bat, you bring both edges of that into play. You can get caught behind, caught slip, or drag it on. So I would want them to tell me that. How are you seeing it? The rough there, the rough's gone a bit quiet, isn't it? Yeah. And just encouraging them to reach that conclusion, and they say, straight bats, whatever. Just rather than putting something in their mind, you don't want to interrupt someone's thought processes. You don't want to give them something to think about that they necessarily haven't thought about.
Yeah.
But just a little chat about that. Some players will want to talk about those things and some won't. So, pick your battles. But I don't see there's a lot to convey, really. The job is clear. So I think one of my sort of thoughts about coaching is keep out of the way. Don't get in the way of talent. And that's influenced the way that I've gone about coaching, is trying to keep out of the way of someone performing at their best. Obviously, trying to help them to find their best as often as they can, but trying to keep out of the way as often. Less is more.
Yeah. Okay. And what about Gloucestershire? You're coach of Gloucestershire. You need 8 wickets. What would those conversations have been like?
I want to talk about how we're going to get individuals out They will have done some work on this, obviously, coming into this game. So I want to revisit those plans that were established before the start of the game. So I want to look at each individual batter and where we think. I would imagine, if we had the Northampton analyst up the other day, when I was helping the seam bowlers in particular, I'd want to be able to talk about how batters start, how we're going to get them out, and what do we do if they're in. In this context, I'm not too interested in what we do if they're in. I want to just concentrate on what we do to get them out.
Yeah.
And in general, you're talking about, and this is very simple, but in general, you're talking about channel or stumps. So do you think he's LBW? Do you think he's nick off? How are we going to do that? I think there's a conversation to be had with the bowling group. Another review of the ball. I think there's a conversation we had with the bowling group about movement, about the lack of movement that is now available.
Yeah.
So taking the wicket out of the equation might be something to talk about. So on a pitch like this, it might be that you bowl more bouncers. It might be that you bowl more Yorkers. It might be that you bowl some cross seam, trying to scuff one side of the ball up and see if you can get some reverse. All these things need to be talked about.
Yeah,
I thought about reverse and the Gloucester attack. Singdale looks to me to be a good candidate for reverse swing in terms of the way he delivers the ball, the pace he delivers the ball at. So we'll see if that it becomes a thing, or not. Yeah, I mean, don't get too funky, I would say.
But they've got plenty of time still at the moment, haven't they? I mean, they're just inside 90 overs minimum for the day. I mean, the two kind of inspections of the cricket ball here is going to slow it down a touch, but they've got plenty of time. This time, though, the umpires or the umpire, it was more of a cursory conversation, wasn't it, with his partner, and just Taran said, well, I'm changing this one.
Yeah.
So there was obviously something wrong with it the first time around, but clearly not bad enough to warrant a change. That fairly firm push by Scrimshaw back to Zafar Gohar clearly did enough for it. And Gloucestershire have got, I think, their third ball now of this innings.
Sorry, Dan.
No, I was just going to say, so we'll obviously keep our eyes peeled and see if this one offers anything different.
And it may do. It may do. I'd want to have a good look at, and I'm sure this has happened, from a Gloucestershire bowling and coaching perspective. I'd want to be having a really good look at that rough and trying to work out, okay, so it did turn sharply occasionally from this rough earlier in the game. Why is it not now doing that? Has the rough moved? What does that mean in terms of angles? What does it mean in terms of pace that I bowl? And there'll be a good conversation between the captain and the coaches and the spin bowlers in particular about hitting that rough more frequently, what lines and lengths you need to bowl to hit that area. But, I'm saying a lot of words. You've got to try and keep these things really simple.
Yeah.
Really, really straightforward. Trying to give the bowlers one, maybe two thoughts, and always better if they come up with those thoughts in conversation rather than you implant them, because it's about ownership and belief that that's the right thing to do.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Two very different situations, really, for both of these sides, and two very different conversations overnight. Josh Shaw will continue from the David Capel end with this changed Duke's cricket ball in his hand. So let's see whether the seamer can get anything more out of it than what he was able to do with the preceding cricket ball the over before. He's got Captain Proctor on strike. That one's left alone, carried through nicely to James Bracey.
I'm going to say this one more time, then I'm going to leave it. And if anyone listening has got an answer, I'd love to hear it, because I am missing something. Now, I'm going to say that I am missing something. I am missing why Ollie Price has bowled 3 overs from this end this morning.
I did see Zafar Gohar just roll the shoulder over at the end of that last over. Whether that means we're going to see him next up from the Lynn Wilson centre end or not, I don't know. I've
got nothing against Ollie Price as a bowler.
No.
What I do believe, though, is that there are different and better options available to Graham Van Buren. But as you said yesterday, he's the man that counts. I'm a watcher. He's the captain.
Yeah, absolutely right. And hey, if he had got the breakthrough, or if he's still yet to pick up the breakthrough, then
large slice of humble pie, please.
Quite.
Coming my way.
Do you like ice cream or custard?
Just more pie. I wonder what it tastes like. Not very good, I expect.
Sour.
Yeah, why is it in a pie?
I don't know that either.
Why is it not a humble tart?
Is it sweet or savoury?
That's a good question.
for those that didn't hear it, that's the desk, the pen being put on the desk, and the phone being reached for to check.
It won't help if I type in humble pie, will it? That won't give us the answer.
Possibly not. That's probably the national dish of Slovakia or somewhere like that. Turned away by Proctor for a single. Based on these 4 balls that Josh Shaw has served up, it looks like this changed ball might just be just kissing off the surface a little bit quicker. Maybe it's a little bit firmer than what the previous one was, which, I mean, at the end of the day, if the other one was in pieces, it would make sense that this one would be a little bit firmer, wouldn't it? But
I was looking at humble pie, but I heard the ball hit the bat, and it did. It hit the bat harder than anything else has this morning. Ah, okay. So yes, I should have known this. Humble Pie is also the name of a band from the 60s with Steve Marriott's band when he left the Small Faces. This will mean nothing to you.
Nope.
Steve Marriott, one of the best English soul singers and songwriters.
There's a lot of words there.
Very underrated. Okay, let's get back to the other Humble Pie.
It's doing more here, Rowie. But please.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So they're telling me what it means. I know what it means. An humble pie without the H is a pie filled with chopped or minced offal, especially of deer, but often other meats, called umbles in Middle English, which is derived from the word numble, after the Middle French nomble, meaning deer's innards.
Oh, there we go. Scrimshaw goes. The change of the ball has worked, and Scrimshaw's chased, well, what can be best described as a bit of a wide one there from Josh Shaw, but it doesn't matter. He's got a tickle on it, and the night watchman's out. And Gloucestershire have got their breakthrough this morning. It's taken them half an hour, and Josh Shaw has got it. It was a big drive, wasn't it, by Scrimshaw, one that we haven't seen the night watchman play, but he faced 42 balls. He did his job last night, and he's taken 30 minutes out of the game this morning as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a number 10, 11, isn't he, generally? And I said earlier, defensively, looked very sound. Sometimes tail-enders do have a reasonable defensive technique and reasonably good. And I think George Scrimshaw does have a reasonably good defensive technique. When trying to score, that becomes a different game. He tried to score there, thought it was full enough to drive. As you have said, though, Dan, that change in ball, it is a harder ball. We can hear that off the bat. And it probably just offered to go away off the pitch and caught the outside edge. So George Scrimshaw will be, I don't see a lot of movement there. It's bowled from wide on the crease, just a bit of pilot error. I don't know if the ball really deviated. It's so full, it's going to be difficult to pick up.
Yeah, maybe it's just gone off the surface a little bit quicker than what we'd had so far this morning. But yeah, Gloucestershire with the breakthrough. 3 down now, 7 wickets to win here at Northampton. Ollie Price is going to continue, the new man in for Northamptonshire, respectfully to the others, is Karen Nair, and is probably the big wicket here for Gloucestershire as well.
He's the big wicket. We're going to say this a number of times. In terms of probability, this is probably the partnership that needs broken more quickly than any. This is the one that could be here at tea time.
Yeah. Well, Karen Nair got an absolute beauty, didn't he, after lunch on day 2 from Marchant Dalanga. LBW first ball.
Yeah, he's on them, as they say.
He's on them. Has just turned away from Proctor. He's played that nicely out into the offside.
That's the sort of shot that to the off spinner is low risk. The shot being an angled bat. To the off spinner is lowish risk in this situation, but to the left armour, I don't really want to see that. And that's the sort of conversation that I'd be hoping to have just quietly with the lefties.
Yeah, well, Karen Nair's on strike. He's taking one ball. He's got a short leg, a first slip. He's got Charlesworth and just up on the square. And Karen Nair just defends that one off the back foot back to the bowler.
So the king pair is out of the equation. That's the first job. And now to get off them. I would have thought that guy at extra cover could come in catching there.
And he's still on them as he picks out Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on.
I guess the other thing is we have no idea about the current state of readiness to bowl of any of the Gloucestershire bowlers. You know,
No.
For all we know, Zafar Gohar could have a split spinning finger. I don't think he does, but there may be other reasons at play that lead to Ollie Price bowling this morning here.
It's Karen Nair trying to play that through the offside, off the back foot, and it goes through to Bracey.
Wow.
That wicket has just brought a bit of interest back to the ranks, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? They're a bit of noise, they're up and about. Karen Nair still on them, as you say. That's the one to Ajit Singh Dale. They're going to go, well, possibly if Ajit had got that away a little bit quicker, Proctor might have been struggling, but...
Did you see Proctor had to climb over? Yeah. Ollie Price. He made a bit of a meal of it, but he didn't want to obviously stand on him with his spikes in. But it would have been an interesting dilemma for the umpires had Gloucestershire. I mean, that's for had it hit the stumps, had he been out of his ground, and had they appealed.
Yes,
the umpires would have had to get together and work out exactly what happened at the. There was no. I'm not suggesting for one moment that Ollie Price deliberately obstructed Luke Proctor because he didn't. He just went, he dived for the ball, and he just happened to be on the floor. But it did mean Luke Proctor had to untangle his feet in order to avoid him. But yeah, with this change in ball, it changes things, doesn't it? The ball is harder. It's led to a good bit of bowling, pitched it up.
Yep.
You know, we've said, in fact, I only said less than half an hour ago, thought Northants were too short and should have bowled more balls that were encouraging the drive because that would have got the edge. And that's exactly how Gloucestershire have got their wicket of the night watchman, Scrimshaw.
Karen Nair is off the mark. Karen Nair is on strike against Josh Shaw, fresh off the wicket of Scrimshaw the over before. The Indian overseas has got 3 slips in place.
I like that from Josh Shaw. First ball at the new batter for him, straight on it. Don't let him have any sighters, make him play. Target the stumps, target the front pads. Good cricket.
Nicely played. Wow, he's timed that well, isn't he? That's going to be 4. Just opened the face on that one and guided it down through that vacant gully region. That's raced across the outfield too.
Karen Nair even makes that rundown shot look elegant. He is such a good guy to watch bat. I hope I get the opportunity to watch him bat for several hours to come because I love watching him bat.
Yeah, 3 till about 6 o'clock would be ideal, wouldn't it?
That would be nice.
Would be ideal from a Northamptonshire perspective.
There's a long way to go.
That's straighter. Well fielded in there on the leg side. Covered a lot of ground, didn't he? Pick that one up.
That was really well fielded, actually. I mean, it wasn't the most elegant dive, but what I thought he did well, he read the pace of the ball because that ball was really quite travelling. And I initially thought it's spliced out there and it's just sort of dead, but it was racing. He did well to intercept that. And that's, as a bowler, that's lovely because you want to bowl at the new guy. and you don't want to get him off you don't want him getting off strike, and the fielder has read the play there. He's done really well to keep Nair on strike.
A big appeal for LBW again, but one, 2 straight going down the leg side. No interest from the umpire whatsoever.
When you turn around to appeal as a bowler and the umpire's not behind the stumps, that's a pretty poor appeal.
Bracey does very well actually behind the stumps there. He did definitely go down the leg side, but stops himself very quickly and then takes a little shimmy back over in line as well, which is, from a wicket keeping perspective, and if an umpire was looking for a tell, it's clever, it's smart. And again, that one just rides the bounce and guides it down through the gully region. Karen Nair picks up another 4.
Yeah, it's not pleased Josh Shaw at all. I think it was very nicely played. Just opened the face, ran it down.
1 ball left in Josh Shaw's over. With the wicket, 4.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And as response to those 4s that Karen Nair has played down through the gully, Miles Hammond has gone into exactly that position. So cover is open, mid-wicket is open. And that one is left alone through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over, dot ball, 53 overs done. 169 for 3. Proctor on 55 and Nair on 9.
Yeah, I very much think that's the right move to get another catcher in there. You've got the big, and they're all big scalps, right? They're going to get all 10 wickets, but Karen Nair will be the biggest scalp in terms of Gloucestershire winning this game, and it took them a little while to change the field and get another catcher in there. Change in ball has already happened. We've seen it's harder. They've already got 1 wicket with it, and I just think Graham Van Buren has been a little slow to attack at times with his field placings. We're going to see a change. 1 price replacing another.
Is that the best you've got?
It's just facts.
Not 2 for the price of 1 or something like that?
No, I wouldn't dream of doing that.
Low-hanging fruit this morning, not interested in it. But you're right, Tom Price replaces Ollie Price, keeper up to the stumps.
If neither of them are playing, does that make Gloucestershire priceless?
Could be. You sound like you start advertising for a credit card company there.
Very good.
Slip in a gully for Tom Price.
Gloucestershire will be hoping that this price is right.
There we go.
Well,
there we go. I've opened the door.
You've rattled my cage, haven't you now?
Sorry, everybody.
He's going to start round the wicket to the left-handed Northants captain, Luke Proctor. That one wobbles. It's wobbled its way down the wicket very gently. Some oohs and ahs from James Bracey. The field is interesting. It's a kind of a Luke Proctor field. There's 1 slip, there's a gully, a point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep, forward square leg and a long leg. That ball is left alone by Luke Proctor. It's about 6 stump, bounced nicely. It does look as though this change of ball has led to a firmer ball, a good bit of captaincy by Graham Van Buren. He tried it earlier. Let's have a look at this. It's not quite right. They said, oh, no, it's fine, carry on. And then within 10 balls, he got his way. And the change in ball has helped Gloucestershire to get the 1 wicket this morning. That's nicely pitched up, quite gentle from Tom Price, and Luke Proctor just pushing it down the wicket. Thought about a single, thought better of it.
Interesting. And again, you look at that ball, just hits the bat a bit harder. That we go for Tom Price, not Ajit Singhdale or Marshawn Dalang.
A little conversation between Van Buren and Price about swing. I guess the captain wants to know, is it swinging? Is it swinging? It's not. It is very full. He needs to be hitting the stumps. That's the length he wants to bowl.
It's breezier today as well, isn't it?
It is breezier.
Cooler as well.
Yeah. Certainly is. So a nice gentle start from Tom Price. He is coming back from an injury. I'm not sure of exactly the nature of the injury, but he is coming back into bowling. Challenging the off-stump area. That's where he needs to be. Yeah, it is very interesting. I mean, I think in Graham Van Buren's mind is my main wicket-taking threats are certainly Delanga and possibly Singhdale. I don't want to blow them out early with a very old ball.
Yeah,
there'll be some of that. He's got to manage his resources. Starts with a maiden, Tom Price. I think there was one leave and the others were all challenging off stump, which is exactly where he needs to be. But again, if we're going to bowl Tom Price this end, why are we not going to bowl Zafar Gohar? He bowled beautifully in the first innings. He didn't bowl as well. He hasn't bowled as well so far in this second innings. Yes, there is still that rough. I'd want to have a look at that rough patch. Give me some information. It didn't spin as much yesterday. Is it going to spin more or less? I want to know that. So I would have started with him. But that's why I'm not a county captain, and Graham Van Buren is. And that's why Gloucestershire are in such an ascendant position, because he's made some really good decisions. There are 3 slips. Miles Hammond is the 4th catcher. He's kind of like a fine gully stroke 5th slip. There's a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a guy hanging around the umpire just in front of square, and a long leg. They're our fielders. Josh Shaw has got lace problems. He's now strapped himself into his boot, and he'll be looking to challenge Karen there. Both edges, really, the nip backer and the one that catches the outside edge. Oh, and that's really nicely bowled from Shaw. Lovely length, bringing Nair forward. Shaw does have the ability to run the ball back into the right-hander, which is vital, really, at this level. You must have that delivery as a seamer, because what that does is it means that Karen Nair can't leave that ball alone. He's drawn into playing at it, and it holds its line and beats the outside edge. Really nicely bowled.
Yeah, it's the first time, isn't it, we've really seen one move this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the ball that was bowled with yesterday did nothing. I mean, it's a cricket expression that, well, the ball did nothing. I mean, it literally did nothing. This one is doing just enough. And all that said, that's all very interesting, but then you got to get it in the right place.
But the other thing that's potentially interesting, and I don't know which cricket ball it was, but that Northampton innings the first time around lasted about 58. Well, it lasted 58 overs.
Yeah.
And we've spoke on a couple of streams throughout the summer so far about saying that we need net balls and this is how they get them to that stage. But I guess there's a chance that unless it's ended up in Marchant Delang's kit bag for a 5-foot, that there's a chance that it would end up back in circulation, would it?
Well, I think that one wouldn't because it was a 5-foot.
Yeah. Okay.
So the umpires would have probably pocketed it and given it to him.
Yeah.
I think that's a kind of an unwritten convention. Certainly not written. So
Yeah, it's not in the laws of the game.
It's not in the laws of the game. But it's a nice thing to do. You know, that is a nice thing to do. But yeah, absolutely. Balls that are not used fully are perfect. You know, they're perfect balls to go into the box for the next game. Yeah. But someone's got to manage that box. It's you got to do it, because the next game rocks up, comes around pretty quickly. The umpires come in, so we've got a box of balls, please, and you should have at least 12 spare balls of varying ages, and obviously a box of new balls from which the fielding team choose which one they want to go with. Every team will have a ball chooser, usually the most experienced seamer.
Wow,
That's a no ball. Yeah.
that's a wild bump at that, wasn't it?
We did, in my time, we did a little bit of, this was between practice sessions. Ben Sanderson was always the ball chooser. And I can't remember why we did this. It might have been that a ball had been chosen that didn't do a whole lot. So there was a bit of banter between himself, Nathan Buck, and what other seamer? Brett Hutton.
Mm-hmm.
The three of them were talking about ball selection and who should be the ball chooser. Targeting the stumps again from Josh Shaw. I'm impressed with him. He's bowled nicely this morning. Got the breakthrough. So I got a box of ball, went over and got a box of new balls out. And we had a blind choosing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, between the four of us. And we actually all chose the same ball out of a box. 2 boxes. There were 12 balls. We all chose the same one, which was interesting. And that put to bed any criticism of Ben Sanderson as being a ropey ball chooser. Round the wicket for the last ball of the over, just lost his line a wee bit. It's not easy, as I've said a few times, to alternate round and over. That one just flew down the leg side. On a bad day, you just get a thin tickle or a glove on that from Luke Proctor, so I'd have preferred him to just leave that one alone. It's very hard to do that because your brain tells you any bat on that and it goes for 4. It didn't go for 4. It didn't catch the edge. It was a dot ball in the end. So Shaw has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45, and the 1 being the 1 wicket that's fallen this morning. George Scrimshaw caught behind for 7. We're going to continue this end with Tom Price.
Yeah, I just saw Ajit Singh Dale down in front of us going through some pretty rigorous stretching. He's just carrying on that just outside our window. So I wonder whether he might be replacing Josh Shaw. That would have been his 6th over in that spell this morning.
Just the 1 slip and the gully and a catch in mid wicket for Tom Price. Oh, that's the 2nd time that Karen Nair has played and missed at a angled back sort of cut shot. Another appeal from James Bracey on his own. It means that when the ball is nicked and he appeals, that's not going to be convincing. I think you need to be more selective with your appealing, personally. That's offered to go away from the right-handed Nair, and he's just gone with the movement, just slightly opened the bat face. It's gone down all along the floor. Even there, he times the ball so well. I mean, yes, he will have a cricket bat, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
But wow, he manages to find the middle of that bat more than almost anyone else, really. And I guess that's why he is where he is in the game. Very elegant batter. That's not so elegant, though. The ball looks like it's got an inside edge into the knee roll, and it flew up onto the leg side. I can't tell from here whether there was bat involved, but I suspect there might have been. I still can't see on the replay, but it flew up into the leg side, and they've got Delanga at short mid-wicket, really for the one off the face, rather than the inside edge onto the knee roll. But it did carry quite a long way, but it went square, and Delanga wasn't able to get hold of it. Slightly wider on the crease. It's just increased his pace. Improved his pace. He's increased his pace. He's obviously feeling a bit looser. He's feeling his way back into first team bowling. But as his spell is increasing in terms of the volume he's getting into his body, he's feeling more confident. That one hit the bat a little bit harder.
What I have really enjoyed with his work so far across the course of this game is he's not wasted any, has he?
No, he hasn't.
They've been kind of exactly where they've needed to be, particularly in this 2 over spell this morning, or 1.5 over spell this morning. He's made Northants play, well, pretty much every single one.
He has. I would say though, but personally, the best chance you've got of getting someone out is before they get in. We know 2 Northampton batsmen in the first innings got first ballers, which kind of backs that up. And that's nicely bowled, nicely played. That's the end of Tom Price's 5th over. So yeah, look, my view is if you are going to bowl Ajit Singh Dale, which you are now, he's going to come on at the David Capel end to replace Shaw. Karen Nair has now faced how many balls? 20 balls? Yeah, Karen Nair has now faced 20 balls.
Yeah.
And is starting to get himself in by the time he faces Ajit Singh Dale. And so far, he's had to face Tom Price and his brother, Ollie Price.
Yeah.
And I just don't get it.
No. Well, as we've said a couple of times, we aren't the ones making those decisions. There is definitely going to be some logic and thought process behind it. For those that are interested, another result has come in from the county championship. Surrey have beaten Warwickshire at the Oval by 9 wickets, finishing 89 for 1. Burns got 30, Sibley 46, and Ollie Pope 13 not out.
So Singh Dale has bowled really well in this match so far. He's got pace, a lot of airspeed there. He's bowled very, very accurately and challenged the stumps relentlessly, really. So he's going to bowl with a field which is 2 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a leg slip. Luke Proctor often will find himself accompanied by a leg slip. And the leg slip nearly comes into play. The first ball that Singh Dale bowls is about leg bail from round the wicket. So it's on the angle, and Luke Proctor deflects that ball between the wicketkeeper and the leg slip. It was at a sort of catchable height as it got there. Now, you are unlucky if it comes off the face and you get caught leg slip, but he is there. And what Luke Proctor has to do there is make sure, if he's going to play that shot, he needs to make sure that he gets it down. That one he didn't get down.
Yeah.
The leg slip has come finer as a result of that.
It's quite a hard shot to control, isn't it?
It's a very hard shot to control, particularly against pace.
What angle you want to play it at, because it becomes an instinctive shot to play.
Very much so.
It's almost so far anyway, but Ajit Singh Dale looks like he's bowling for that leg slip as well.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, as you say, it's early in the spell, but he is going to bowl very straight. And if he gets too straight, that's not really a problem, because it does potentially bring that leg slip into play, particularly if the ball is kind of bail height. If it's any fuller, then I would expect the ball to go squarer, in front of square, or just behind square. But when it's bail height or above, then Luke Proctor needs to either just let it hit his thigh pad or try to angle the bat so that the ball goes down before it gets to the catcher. He does that very well there. That one a little bit further towards the leg side enables him to get the ball behind square rather than fine. But what he did do well was he got it down.
Yeah.
Whereas he didn't do that on the first ball.
It's a hard ask to convince yourself to be hit in the thigh pad, isn't it?
Well, I think you shape up the shot, and I think you could just play inside the line of that ball. But I don't think he should do that, by the way.
No.
I think you should get it down, because it's a difficult, that line and that plan is fine, but you are going to leak a lot of runs there, because it is going to miss that field the majority of the time, and it probably is going to miss the fine leg a lot of the time as well. So you are going to go for a lot of cheap looking boundaries if you keep bowling there. That ball died on the pitch. Just back of a length, quite a wideish ball.
Gracie's just indicating that that's just wobbled on the way down, or maybe the seam was scrambled potentially.
Yeah, it didn't behave normally, did it? That's for sure. But I like this lad Singh Dale. I think he's got something about him. Oh my goodness me. That is not a half volley. It's full and it's about 6 stump, but it's not a half volley. That doesn't bother Karen there, because he strokes it away. that's nowhere near a half volley. He's hit that a little on the up through extra cover beautifully. Just the poise and the balance. Oh, my goodness gracious. That's a lovely thing, isn't it?
It is. And I think Gloucestershire should take a little bit of positive from that as well.
Very happy with that.
He's played that a long way away from his body.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Dan. If you're a Warwickshire, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter player, playing the ball on the drive on the up, you're pretty happy with that. As you say, he didn't really move into the ball with his foot went pretty straight. His head went towards the ball and he controlled it beautifully, and it was a lovely thing to look at. But I'm pretty happy with that if I'm Gloucestershire. If you're getting him to drive on the up away from his body in that way,
yeah,
the problem will be that he's very good at doing that, and if he continues to do it, that then becomes an issue. But not an issue there. The following ball, the response from Singdale challenged the outside edge, but it was soft hands played nicely by Karen there, and it went down before it got to the grabbers.
So we've had just about an hour of play. That crucial first hour started obviously 144 for 2. The score's now 181 for 3. What's Rovies saying here?
I think it's even Stevens, really.
50-50?
Yeah, I think so. I think the new ball, which is 23 overs away, I think the new ball is going to be a huge thing. There are probably three significant points for me. And that's not to say the game's going to pan out this way, but the 3 significant points to me is the second new ball and how well Gloucestershire bowl with that. The second point is going to be how much spin Zafar Gohar manages to get from that rough area and how well he bowls. And the third point is going to be how well the Northants tail cope with Singdale and Delanga's pace.
Yeah.
Because they didn't cope particularly well with it in the first innings. For me, the game might turn out completely different to that, but they're 3 of the factors I would be looking for. If Northants, win all of those 3 points, then they get out alive. But they need to win all 3 points.
Yeah, and just can't be underestimated the number of overs and deliveries that Northants would have to face up against in order to get there as well. That
absolutely,
regardless of how well people bowl and how well the tail kind of faces up, there's just a lot of cricket to be played. So there's 50% Gloucester, 45% the draw type thing. Is
I was commenting on on the first hour, which I think is even Stevens. Still, Gloucestershire massively favourites for me. Yeah, massive favourites. I would say.
Let me write that down, sir. Let me write that down.
Gloucestershire massive favourites.
Yeah, give me a number.
75.
Anything on the draw?
Well, the rest.
25 on the draw, 0 for...
Yeah.
No worries. It's a rudimentary system we've got in place.
No, it's not. I've got an internal algorithm that can work out each player's probability of getting a wicket. What do we have? We have 3 fielders on the leg side. There's a mid-on, there's a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. On the offside, the field is a slip, a gully, a guy catching an extra cover over his right shoulder, a mid-off and a deep point. That's the field. Luke Proctor does clip the ball into the leg side in the air. I think there should be a fielder somewhere hanging around for that possibility. Nicely bowled, challenging off stump. Luke Proctor just looks like he's just trying to line things up a little bit. He's just checking, did I play across that one? Did I play straight on that one? Something bothered him. It looked pretty easy from here, but something bothered him in the way that he played it. There is going to be a change in field for this last ball. The deep mid-wicket comes into square leg. Graham Van Buren goes from catching extra cover to more orthodox mid-wicket, and the man who was on the point boundary comes in. So that says they don't want Luke Proctor to get a single. This is a stop the single field. tries to run it down through backward point, but it's nicely stopped by diving Cameron Bancroft. So they get their way, Gloucester get their way, and that they will bowl the next ball at Carinair. That was a very clear plan there, was get Proctor off strike if you can, protect the boundary as well, but get Proctor off strike. It didn't happen because Tom Price bowled too straight for Luke Proctor to work one into a gap.
Yeah, that's going to be two schools of thought there as well, isn't it? Bowl at the new guy and also keep Proctor off strike for as long as possible and maybe find a lapse of concentration in the captain's mindset, having not faced the ball for 2-3 overs or more.
I like that. I like the idea of bowling at the new fella. He's more of a shot maker, and in making shots, there's always an element of risk. He will play shots that Luke Proctor won't play, and that's fine from a Gloucestershire perspective. The more shots he plays, the more risk is involved. With that in mind, I'd expect to see a lot of balls targeting the stumps, and we've said already that Singdale has done that. But I'd also expect to see him holding his length in channel as well, to bring the outside edge and the drive snick into play. We'll see if that comes to pass. That one's targeting the stumps. I don't know a lot about Singdale. Is there anything you can tell me about him, Dan? Where has he come through the? I
believe he was on Hampshire's books.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about South. I was Sussex or Hampshire. Yeah, in the back of my mind.
He's only 23, so it would have happened fairly early in his career. He did make his. Well, you've ticked off both counties. He made his debut at Hove, where he got a 3-for.
Well, that one's just bounced a little bit, but nicely played. Nicely played it with control. Yeah, Karen there just indicating to Luke Proctor, who wasn't actually watching, indicating that it just bounced a little bit on him.
He got the wickets of Tom Clark, Ben Brown and Ollie Robinson on debut in the first innings.
For Hampshire?
For Hampshire.
Okay. That was his debut?
That was his debut, and then wicketless in the second innings. And
what year was that?
That was 2020. That was in the Bob Willis Trophy. So one of those.
4 years ago. He was 19.
Yeah.
He's a good prospect, this kid.
He certainly is. 42 wickets in 19 first-class matches. Average of 36.
And he's only going to get better, isn't he? He's a very young man at 23 as a seamer. He'll just be kind of filling out his body really at this age. I like his aggression. Runs in fast. Just watch his action here. Nice balanced approach. Oh, that's a very good Yorker as well on cue and on the cue end of Luke Proctor's bat. Proctor managing to. He doesn't have a big backlift, Luke Proctor, and that just as well because he was able to get that bat down and trap that Yorker before it crept under his bat. It was beautifully bowled.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year contract with Gloucestershire in 2021 following a loan spell for the county.
I'm wondering whether did he pick up some injuries at Hampshire or something, which means he went down the pecking order?
Possibly.
Something, I don't know. Yeah.
Been blessed with seam bowling options, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, that's true. They have. Yeah, that's Abbott and
Abbas.
Oh my goodness, he's
Keith Barker.
Abbas is a genius. Absolute genius.
Just kind of made in a county cricket factory, wasn't he? Really? And
yeah, he was. Yeah, absolutely.
Just the perfect bowler for these conditions. But yeah, it's going to be hard, isn't it, to remove one of those. So he's particularly, maybe less so now. Obviously, Abbott, Barker, Abbas, all now 3 years older or 4 years older now than what it was when Ajit Singh Dale would have burst onto the scene. However, at that point, it would have been really difficult to have found your way into that seam bowling attack, assuming everybody was fit and available and in the country, etc.
Yeah, agreed. Tom Price is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson end. He bowls onto the hip of Carinair, who turns it down to the man at long leg for a single.
Then they would have had Brad Will, who we saw here for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Plus Chris Wood.
Yeah. Predominantly one day, isn't he? Or was for towards the end of his career. But yeah, there are others, aren't there? There was a guy called Stevenson. And there's another guy from Hampshire who was out on loan. Is it Curry?
Yeah.
Been out to Leicester. He looks a good bowler.
Brad Curry.
Yeah.
No, Brad Curry's at Sussex, I believe. His brother, I think, is on the books at
that's right.
Hampshire.
He's the guy who's been on loan to Leicester, is he?
I want to say it's Scott Curry, isn't it? Yeah, Scott Curry.
3 sweepers out for Luke Proctor facing Tom Price. Oh my, no. Oh no. He's bowled him a slower ball, a loopy, slower ball that he was almost apologising for as he released it. It kind of came out all wrong. It swung as though it was going down the leg side. Luke Proctor trying to just turn it into the leg side. Got a leading edge on it and it went straight up in the air, looped straight back to the bowler. It doesn't get any softer than that, I'm afraid. That's oh my goodness gracious, that is a horrible way to get out. Luke Proctor, who will be absolutely livid to get out to that delivery. People will look at that and say, why on earth is he trying to play that? And it's just instinct, isn't it? It's instinct that I've got a free one to turn down the leg side. I can't possibly get out to it. It was so slow. It came out of the hand so badly that Luke Proctor's bat face was completely closed. It therefore hit the leading edge of the bat and ballooned back to Tom Price, who really couldn't believe his luck. And you could hear perhaps through the effects mic that, yes, there were shouts of celebration, but it was almost comical. It was a very sad end to what had been a really good, typical rearguard Luke Proctor innings. It brings to the crease George Bartlett, but that's a big blow. That's a big blow for Northants. That's a very unexpected and soft dismissal, unfortunately, for the Northants captain, and he will not want to see this replay.
No, respectfully to Tom Price and Gloucestershire, well, it won't matter. They've got the wicket, but I think would be safe to say that's kind of come out of nowhere, hasn't it? Whether that was part of the plan that Proctor just hasn't faced up against as many balls as maybe what he would have liked whilst Gloucestershire were bowling to Carinair, I don't know. But yeah, we've seen some really good cricket over the 3 days and half a session so far, and there's a great chance that would be down there with the worst of it. But Gloucestershire won't care. 6 wickets,
absolutely.
6 wickets now to win at Wantage Road.
There's plenty of times in cricket that you bowl an absolute beauty and it doesn't get the edge, or it does get the edge and gets dropped, or it goes between fielders. So yeah, it doesn't matter how you get them. You got to get them. There's some good news and some bad news for Gloucestershire. I mean, there's going to be a lot more good news. The good news is they've got 2 the same in 2 right-handers, which bowlers generally like. The bad news is that they are right-handers rather than left-handers, which negates, for the moment, that rough patch outside what would be the left-handers off stump. But the left-handers are not there. The right-handers are. George Bartlett facing up. Well, that's out. I think that's... Oh.
Wow. That is sharp, isn't it, by Bracey?
It was a brilliant bit of wicket-keeping.
Let's have a look at that one back.
I've given it out from 85 metres away.
What? I mean, we've got the benefit that the umpire does wear the GoPro. So
here we go. We're going to see it from behind and in slow motion. Great take by Bracey. Leads with the hand. Oh no, I think he has got his foot back in.
I think he has.
Oh, well done, Neil Bainton, and well done, George Bartlett. Got his front foot back in, but he fell over that ball. We talk about falling over a lot. He definitely fell over that ball. And it was a great piece of work from James Bracey. We might, between overs, have another look at that just so I can praise the keeper for a lovely bit of glove work. Quite was sharp and rightly so. Rightly adjudged not out, but for a moment my heart was in my mouth, and George Bartlett's would have been too. Yeah, in his mouth rather than mine, that is.
As you said, he just overbalanced, didn't he, as he tried to play that one down the leg side. Bracey, brilliant as he was, just wasn't quite quick enough as Bartlett got his other foot back into the crease.
That would have been an over, wouldn't it? A loopy full toss getting 1 wicket and a stumping.
One's just kept a bit low as well, just to finish it.
I wonder if we're able to see, if we could see a replay, that would be great. If we could, I don't know if we can see a slow replay. That's fantastic. Watch the wicketkeeper here. Watch his gloves go first, right? So look, his gloves are there, and then he goes and catches the ball. Thank you, George and Ben, on that. Great bit of work, chaps. That's the way to take those balls. So as from a wicket-keeping coaching perspective, what he's done there, James Bracey, is he's seen that the ball is going down the leg side, but he holds his position on the offside. He leads with his hands. So his hands go across to the leg side because he knows he's going to get that. Gives him the momentum to get the head across when he needs to go. But he's getting 90% of his information from the offside. And then he goes fast and late. His hands are leading and takes it beautifully and comes back one-handed. It was a lovely bit of wicket keeping. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed it being given not out as well.
That was your favourite bit about it, wasn't it?
It was my second favourite bit about it.
I tell you what, this ball is doing something now, isn't it? It has done since that change happened. It hit the bat pretty hard from Josh Shaw, and it just looks like it's moving through the air now. That one there just gently swung away from Karen there and continued to do so towards James Bracey as he gathered that behind the stumps. 20 overs to go until a second new ball. Dare I say it, I suspect that Rowie Viz has just kind of gone a little bit further. I won't ask you just yet. We'll go hour by hour, but...
Okay. That was a beautiful bit of wicket keeping, that. Hardest job in the game, in my opinion, is keeping wicket at this level. And James Bracey showed, connoisseurs of wicketkeeping will have loved that piece of work. Yeah, there's a bit of a conversation in the cordon about how George Bartlett got his foot back. And there's a bit of dancing going on to demonstrate that, which I've quite enjoyed. That's full. And Karen Ness slightly stuck in the crease. Slightly slow to get his feet moving on there. And there was a bit of interest from the fielding side. Yeah, I think it's one of the prices, and James Bracey sort of shuffling their feet around, and there's more still going on about how did he get back there? Because he got back very, very quickly, needed to, because Bracey couldn't have done that any quicker.
I think amazing work by Bracey. I think the thing that's made that just a little bit harder for him is how much it's moved as it's gone past the bat. It has the seam stood up and it has just swung. I think it's probably got a bit bigger on James Bracey than what he would have needed to have got that back, I think, to dislodge the bails. They were what you'd call strong hands rather than obviously hard hands. But I think maybe that is what helped Bartlett there, is it's just stood up the seam as it's gone past. And
his heart rate would have rocketed at that point.
Well, you can feel it's got a little bit more nervy, can't you? You've got a guy there that's yet to get off the mark. You've got 1 on 16 on 31.
That's a nice push into the offside. It's going to go for 4. It was an ordinary piece of fielding, to be honest, from the captain. That's unusual. He's usually a pretty steady fielder. He moved to his left, and to be honest, he was entitled to stop that ball. And it escaped his grasp. It goes for 4. But again, for everyone other than Ajit Singh Dale, who will be pretty cross at his captain there, from a Gloucestershire perspective, they're pretty happy if Karen Nair's pushing firmly at those balls. He is going to be more channel than stumps, but don't expect Singh Dale to bowl exclusively channel. He will also target the stumps. Just back of a length there, allowing Karen Nair to run it down through the vacant third man area. It goes for 4, which again confirms that this ball is harder than the old ball. The old ball wouldn't have gone for 4, the previous ball, that is, not the old ball, it was the previous ball. So although it's a change of ball, and although, of course, as we've talked about a few times, that when you change the ball, it should be changed for a ball of very similar condition, it's impossible to get the ball that's replacing exactly the same as the one it replaces. And this one's a bit harder. And so it runs away more quickly. Carina's quickly moved on to 24 with 5 boundaries. George Bartlett is yet to score. He's just about got his heart back in the right place, got it out of his throat.
Navigated its way back where it needed to be.
But that is a bit of a scare. There are 2 slips, a short leg, 3 men saving one on the offside, 2 men saving one on the leg side, on a mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Picked up 2 wickets in this game. The first one of which was the guy who's bowling it now, George Bartlett, with a delivery not dissimilar to that one he's just bowled him. It was back of a length, wasn't it? And it just bounced. That was from the David Capel end. This time he's bowling from the Lynn Wilson end. And I think, Dan, you made a really good point about Tom Price. Although it's medium pace and although he is rehabbing, feeling his way back in, he has not wasted many deliveries. The vast majority, it'd be interesting to see his stats really, but the vast majority of his deliveries have required the batsman to make a decision. They've not been able to leave very many. There's a conversation between De Lange and the bowler that's led to a change in field. The captain himself has been encouraged to go in. He's going to go into a catch in mid-wicket. Yeah, I quite like that from De Lange. Why not? Why not get another man in there? That's created a bit of an angle there. Price was slightly wider on the crease, targeting middle and leg stump. There's obviously a thought from De Lange that George Bartlett might just fall over, might not quite get the ball down in time if it strikes into the leg side. And that's why Van Buren has been positioned there.
I mean, dare I say it, but the way that Marchant and George Bartlett have kind of gone about their 3 days here at Northampton, you'd be inclined to say they know each other pretty well, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And so much so, I don't know, but you'd say they're good mates from their time at Somerset. The spell of bowling that Marchant served up to George Bartlett looked like he absolutely loved every second of it, and looked kind of visibly more engaged bowling to George Bartlett than he did to anybody else.
Yeah, for sure. George Bartlett will be happy to receive that ball. It was angled down the leg side. The change in the field has encouraged Tom Price to maybe bowl a stump straighter, so maybe more at middle stump than at off stump. That one was at leg stump, and it was just caught up with really and deflected nicely by George Bartlett behind square. He's on 4. He'll be feeling a little bit happier about that. He's off the mark.
So it wouldn't surprise me if Marchant is in the ear of Van Buren and Tom Price with a bowl straight here. George tends to just fall over early in his innings type comment.
Yeah. Well, we talked. Yeah, absolutely. That we talked earlier about keeping plans simple. Batters. I mean, you start from this perspective. It's not where your discussions end, but you start with: is it more channel? Is it more stumps? And the conversation between De Lange and the bowler then was: it's more stumps. It's more stumps than channel. And he has bowled more stumps than channel, and that one is stumps again, just slightly short of a length and. With the lack of pace, just nicely worked. Defended into the onside. But I like De Lange as well, getting involved. He's happy to almost take over in terms of subtle field changes, and the captain responded well to that. There's no problem with that at all. The last ball of Price's 8th over, it's pitched up. Oh, my goodness me. It was a gentle little away swinger. And to be honest, George Bartlett has got no right to be playing at that ball. There's nothing in that for him. And I think he kind of knows this as well. He's got, wow, just, I don't even know what to call that shot, to be honest with you.
I think it was lazy, Rowie. It was probably how you'd describe it.
It looked like I should be driving this ball for 4 because it's a 65 miles an hour gentle outswinger and a half volley. Halfway through the shot, I decided actually I shouldn't really be playing that, but I'm here now. And I can't be bothered to pull out. And he nearly dragged it onto his stumps.
Could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
That would have been an incredibly soft wicket. And that tells you where George Bartlett's thinking is. It's a bit scrambled right now. That was not clear and decisive decision making. That's difficult to say, but I got away with it.
Well, he got the 100 not out, didn't he, up at Leicester? So he is in a good bit of form and look, organised, I would say, up to the point that he got that one from Tom Price in the first innings that just bounced a little bit more than he expected. I think generally you lose your captain and your shockwaves kind of go through, but because of the nature of Luke Proctor and the over my dead body, lead from the front, all those other cliches that you like to say with bat and ball and all those other things, when you lose him, particularly when he's looked in a way as he has done all year, which is something that I think might be worth kind of talking about, not maybe for a huge length of time, but you lose him that way, and I'm sure there is kind of a little bit of, oh my word.
I agree. No, totally. The manner of it, the manner of that dismissal would have been, it's going to be one of those days.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Proc. Oh no, Proc. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think another, and I agree with that. I think, that's another beautiful cricket shot from Karen there. Does he play any ugly shots? I don't think he's got that in his repertoire.
Yet to see one.
That was Fuller. He's entitled to drive that. Well, he can do what he likes, really, as long as he doesn't get out. That was a Fuller ball. It was in the slot, and that's how you deal with that. I think there are two elements to George Bartlett there, or maybe three. One is, Proc. And the other one is, I've nearly been stumped there. Oh my God, I've got away with that. I think there's also the lack of pace of the bowler. Had DeLanger bowled that same delivery to George Bartlett, I think he'd have left it alone.
Yeah.
Or been more decisive. But he almost had too much time to think about it and become indecisive as the ball reached him. Anyway, not lacking pace is Singdale. Oh, that's a good run. It was always, and there's going to be overthrows. It was played into the offside, well backed up. It was played into the offside by Karen there. It was always going to be a single. Some excitement by the fielder who had a shy at the stumps, and it missed the stumps. It missed Josh Shaw, who was trying to back up. It got all the way out to the square leg boundary, but it was well fielded on the boundary. So what was 1 becomes 3. Karen Nair goes on to 31. Northamptonshire on to 206 for 4. Just the further 350 one runs to win. Bartlett hasn't faced many from Singdale. Gets forward well there. There's such a difference in the way that Karen Nair is able to defend that same ball in terms of the unhurried nature of his movements. And George Bartlett certainly was hurried there. It hit the middle of the bat, so no danger, but just visually, from a bowling perspective, you bowl that ball to Karen Nair and he kind of puts his newspaper down, has a sip of coffee and plays it back to you.
Yeah.
Whereas George Bartlett is a different kettle of fish. Hasn't been at the crease very long, of course. That's well played. Good bouncer and well played.
So Luke Proctor this year, 427 runs. That puts him 8th in the run scorers for Division 2, averaging 71. Scores of 92, 41, 73, 65, 64, and then 60 again today. Hasn't converted one of those innings, and you have to go down to Billy Root in 23rd to find the next cricketer in Division 2 without 100 on the run scorers list.
Okay.
Is that something that would play on his mind? Is that something that, I guess it's the ultimate milestone, isn't it, as a batter, to take your helmet off and raise your bat at the end, and to have had those starts and those performances and look genuinely really good? Is that going to be something kind of deep down that's going to be going, oh, come on, there's got to be one around the corner?
I don't know if you're able to, as we're talking about this, bring up Luke Proctor's career stats. Because, he's, firstly, to back up your point, he's having a great year. He's scoring consistently, contributing in almost every innings, certainly in every match. He's making contributions. How many first-class hundreds has Luke Proctor got?
7.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah, 40, 50s.
Yeah, okay. So there's an issue there because he's too good for that. He's far too good for that. So I don't know. Lo and behold, another thing I don't know why that conversion rate is where it is.
Yep.
But over a period of time, your stats don't happen by accident. Good, bad, indifferent. the good news for Luke Proctor is he's playing as well as he's ever played. He's playing beautifully. He will want to convert more of those starts, obviously. It suggests that it's more mental than physical in terms of why he hasn't. We are going to see Zafar Gohar. He starts around the wicket to the right-handed Karen Nair from the Lynn Wilson end. He's bowled 13 overs so far in this innings, 0 for 28. In those 13 overs, he wasn't quite at the rhythm that he showed in the first innings, but that can take 2 balls to get back, and that's not a bad start. Landed it nicely. We saw yesterday that he was having some thoughts about his arm path, whether he thought his arm was a little bit lower than it needed to be. That was my suspicion in terms of the movements he was making, and also the release of the ball, which is obviously connected to the arm path as well. He was doing some shadow bowling, and that's beautifully released. That's the slot he needs to be in right there. So he might have watched some video from yesterday and compared it to when he's been at his best. That's never a bad thing to do.
No, not at all. He clearly thought quite hard about it yesterday afternoon as well, didn't he?
He did. Karen Nair advancing down the wicket, got some bat on that as he's just demonstrating to the umpire as he comes down the wicket. It had overspin, this ball. It wasn't quite where the bowler wanted to release it from, but it dropped. It had overspin and it dropped. And Karen Nair got an under edge onto his foot. I mean, he could easily have just run past that, actually, because it did drop quite significantly. It didn't, yeah, he's just banging the ground, Karen Nair. He knows he's sort of made a mistake there, not happy with himself. That's nicely turned into the leg side by George Bartlett. Picked the length well there. The left arm spinner will want to bring the batsman forward. And the batsman, when he can, will want to play off the back foot. And he played off the back foot nicely. He will have faced a lot of spin in his time with Somerset in the nets. Jack Leach will have bowled a lot of balls at George Bartlett, I suspect.
Yeah, on one of the county pitches that's renowned for being good for spin bowling as well, isn't it? And sometimes so renowned which I don't like, to be honest with you. I don't like the fact that pitches get marked down if it turns. It's just get on with it.
When was the last time you heard of a pitch getting marked down for it seeming too much?
Exactly.
It's just absolute nonsense.
Exactly.
We had a game many years ago now at what was then the Rose Bowl, and I was with the second team somewhere up north, and Rips took a photo of the wicket and sent it to me, and I thought it was a joke. I genuinely thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
And they played on that pitch and got bowled out for nothing and nothing, and it was all scores around 200 or less in the 4 innings.
Ajit Singh Dale continues from the David Capel end, almost Yorker length to Bartlett, digs that one out up to mid on. What, like 2 green?
Oh,
not 2 green, but green.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. No, it was outfield. Yeah, it was the greenest pitch professionally I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and Rips, as you will know, he's not the sort of guy to complain very much. He's not the guy who takes photos of things and bangs them around.
Yeah,
he was astonished that was the wicket they were playing on. Umpires, yeah, good pitch.
Yeah,
poor batting, poor technique.
That's the way you play count. That's the way we play county cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Short ball off the hip of Bartlett. Bracey's going to tidy that one up and get down the other end for a single. 209 for 4. 29 minutes to go until the lunch break. Gloucestershire needs 6 wickets to win at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire just need to bat. Karen Nair's on 32. He's faced 41 deliveries. We're going to see a change in the field as fielder from mid-wicket makes his way down to backward square leg. He's probably about 15 yards off the boundary. And that's going to be played directly to that fielder that's moved down to backward square leg. Karen Nair gets down the other end. Still the 3 slips for Gloucestershire. They've got so many runs to play with. They still lead by 348. Every option and opportunity to try as much as they want different tactics, different field placements, different bowlers. 6 bowlers have been used so far in this innings. That's straight again from Ajit Singh Dowell, and Bartlett does well to play that one into the leg side with some oohs and ahs from the cordon and a bit of shadow batting from Ben Charlesworth at first slip as well, and Cam Bancroft getting involved and James Bracey getting involved too. It's quite balletic actually when you watch the Gloucestershire slip cordon between deliveries. Short ball, which Karen there does well to get underneath. Wickets spread around, 1 for Josh Shaw, 1 for Ajit Singh Dale, 1 for Marchant Dalanga, 1 for Tom Price. Zafar Gohar, Ollie Price, both wicketless as it stands. Graham Van Buren can bowl as well, if required. Getting towards 15 overs until that second new ball becomes available as well for Gloucestershire. That's driven back to the bowler. Well fielded by Singh Dale off his own bowling. Dot ball to finish. Nicely timed by Karen Nair. 65 overs then have been bowled. 211 for 4. Karen Nair on 33. George Bartlett on 11. And yeah, 347 runs. Still behind Gloucestershire. And Gloucestershire needs 6. 6 wickets for what will be a massive win for the visitors. If it were to happen, Zafar Gohar, 1 over so far today. Went for 2. He's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre. He's got a short leg and a first slip. And he's got George Bartlett on strike. That's played into the leg side past Cameron Bancroft at short leg. Bartlett gets down the other end. Do you know, of all the conversations we've had this morning, Phil, with regards to who would you least like to face and everything like that, and I think there's so much merit in it, and I think I'm in the same school of thought as you as well. Who would you least like to face? Mm-hmm. Kind of waited an hour and a half here for Zafar Gohar. Down the ground, Karen Nair shimmies down the ground and picks up Zafar Gohar back over his head for a 1 bounce 4, which shouldn't faze anybody from Gloucestershire whatsoever. Zafar Gohar turns around back to his mark straight away.
Didn't clap that. He didn't clap Karen.
He didn't. No, he didn't. I'm not convinced clapping a man with a Test match 100 would be the best thing to do. Marchant Dalanga's getting loose as well. Anyway, we've waited an hour and a half, and obviously longer, assuming that Marchant is going to come on from the David Capel end where he got all of his success in the first innings. Is there a school of thought here that this is going to be hard to get these wickets for Northamptonshire today? Let's go through. Let's let them get an hour and a half into the game. Have them start thinking about, oh, well done, lads. Pat ourselves on the back. We've nearly got through to lunch. And then all of a sudden, boom, here's the 2 trump cards that we've got. Let's make these last 20 minutes as difficult as possible for you. You're going to say no, but I'm just kind of throwing some words out there at this stage.
I still await. When I say await, I am sounding critical of that. What I really want a conversation about why they went that way, because, as I've said, I am missing something.
A few puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
Solid by Karen Nair, defended back to the bowler. I suppose at the end of the day, the bowling change for Tom Price worked. Nearly worked twice. Fair enough, in 2 ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect, but it's so often the case for
I mean, the Luke Proctor dismissal, you have to say it's, and I know Luke Proctor is a very, very honest judge of his own performance. He will be very disappointed to have managed to get himself out to that delivery. It was a bit of a freak dismissal. It was an attempted slower ball, I think, that was drifting full toss down the leg side. Of all the ways you can get out to that ball, caught and bowled would be one of the least likely options if you did a kind of what happened next. Almost came off the back of the bat, so it was a freak dismissal. So yeah, I mean, if anyone's, I'd be interested to see if anyone can give us a more positive angle on that. That said, two wickets in the first hour and a half is probably, with the wicket we know is flattened out. We know this ball is harder than the old ball. It's still not seeing extravagant movement with it, or any real meaningful movement with it. A little bit, perhaps. It is a bit harder, but wickets are hard to come by. So 2 wickets in that period, I think that's Gloucestershire will be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, change of bowling as well. Marchant Dalanga replaces Ajit Singh Dale from the David Capel end. So the man that broke the innings for Northamptonshire on day 2 is in, and he's got 21 minutes until lunch. He's got what we assume his mate to be George Bartlett on strike. He's going to start back of a length into the body of Bartlett, who defends that to Miles Hammond on the offside.
So we've got an extra cover in here, and at times I've said that Graham Van Buren, I think, for my money, there's no right and wrongs here. It's just personal preference. My preference at times would have been to have more catches in and less mid wickets and less extra covers. I totally understand why he's got an extra cover in here, because he wants to bowl at George Bartlett. He doesn't want him getting off strike. Totally get that. I would have another catcher in though. Where would he come from? Come from anywhere, to be honest. Probably from mid off, maybe. But I would have a third slip in for George Bartlett.
He's kind of indicating and playing this in a way that it kind of implies the ball is keeping a little low as well from Dalanga. But I don't know whether that's his mannerisms or whether it genuinely is that the ball is just keeping a touch lower. That one there, he's done well to almost ride the bounce, isn't he?
Just betrayed his desire to get off strike there a little bit, and Karen Nair's going to go and talk to him and say, look, there's never a single there, don't even think about it. He took a couple of strides quickly down the wicket, George Bartlett, as though we're going to get a single. That would have been spotted by Dalanga. Okay, he's keen to get at the other end. It's nicely played on the back foot.
Yeah, nicely bowled as well. This is give us three or four of the quickest overs you've got, I think. Dalanga, isn't it, before lunch?
Yeah, exactly.
Flat out, handbrake off, caravan in the car park.
Caravan in the car?
Well, let's give it everything. Well, because your car goes quicker, doesn't it, if you're not towing something?
Yeah. I've just never heard it before.
No, I hadn't until that point.
I like it.
But it's out there now.
I like it. Leave your caravan in the car park.
Or probably more appropriately, the Campfield. But
I reckon he's more of a motorhome guy.
Do you think?
Dalanga, yeah.
Well, one of the ones that kind of tows the smart car off the back of it. You seen those?
I've got him in a big, what the Americans call an RV. I've got him in a big RV. I can see him with the window down.
Have you seen the ones that have the almost like the carport garage in the bottom of the RV?
I've not
So
seen
you kind of parallel park your car under the RV, and then the floor kind of lifts the car up inside the RV, and then you have like your kind of mansion on wheels with your car underneath it.
Ridiculous.
Well, unnecessary, I would say. but yeah, ridiculous is another way to describe it.
Unnecessary.
End of the over. 67 have been bowled, 216 for 4. Nair's on 37, Bartlett's on 12. Gohar and Dalanga, the two trump cards, the two strike bowlers for Gloucestershire, are operating.
Dalanga made Bartlett play every ball that over, by the way.
Yeah.
First over back, 6 on the spot. It's good cricket. How many overs before lunch? Oh, a few.
Oh, it's aerial, isn't it, by Nair through the leg side. For a while, Bancroft would have been interested. Wide though. Yeah, we've got 72 overs minimum remain in the day. And we've got, 17 minutes until lunch. I would suspect that Marchant will have three more.
Yeah.
Zafar Gohar maybe 4.
Yeah.
So 6 or 7 overs, I suspect, before
If they can, yeah.
Before the break. Nicely fielded by Bancroft, a short leg.
He's getting good drift, isn't he? Zafar Gohar getting good drift into the right hander. Occasionally he's drifted too far. It is breezy out there today. It's not as warm as it has been.
Oh, it's gone straight on with the arm, isn't it? And just carried on, drifted into the pads of Bartlett. Dropped safely into the offside with a bit of an ooh and an ah from the Gloucestershire fielders.
George Bartlett isn't settled, is he? He's been in now for 26 balls, but he looks a little bit nervous. I haven't seen enough of his cricket to know if he's one of the so-called kind of nervy starters. I don't know. This is a nervy start. Oh, and that'll be nervy too. That was nicely bowled. Got his line right that time, Zafar Gohar. Pitched on, kind of middle, offered to straighten, and then it kept low. And actually, I've said he's a nervy start. He did very well to cope with that. He's entitled to go on the back foot, and then it kept very low. Jabbed down on it, got a thick edge, and he'll be happy to have got a single and get up the other end, because that would have been another heart in the mouth moment for George Bartlett there, as that ball shot a wee bit.
Yeah, a big appeal. A lot of theatre out there, isn't there, amongst the Gloucestershire fielders? That one there misses the inside edge of Karen Nair's bat and would have carried on down the leg side.
You know, what I would quickly say this before the next ball, with that much drift, he's got to get his line right, because if he does, then that's a real issue for Northampton. That one's a bit too short. But, you know, the left armour has got with the drift he's getting, brings LBW right into play. But if he's over drifting it, then it's going to be going down the leg side, as that ball was that's just been shown on the replay. He is getting good drift. Yeah, there's a conversation between the bowler and the keeper there about the line. He hasn't been, Zafar Gohar hasn't been on the right line often enough. He's only bowled 3 overs so far this morning, but he hasn't got his line quite right. If and when he does, that's going to bring LBW right into play, and then that is a significant problem for Northampton.
Yeah, Dalanga, 2 slips and a gully. Short ball, bottom edge for Bartlett, which lands at the base of the stumps through to Bracey. Yeah, there's a fairly long conversation there, isn't there, between Dalanga and Bartlett at the end of that delivery. They
played that pretty poorly, to be honest, George Bartlett.
Well, I think there's we're going to have another look at the ball. Bartlett's tried to pull that one. It's gone straight back to the Gloucestershire fielders.
Yeah, I'm just going to see a replay here, Dan, of that ball. My initial thought was he was going to leave it. Yeah, and then he took his eye off it and then thought, I can hit it. Wow, he has got a lot. George Bartlett's got a lot going on in upstairs at the moment. Decisive.
It's a short ball and he does well to get underneath that one for the over, signalled by the umpires.
That will have helped him, because it was so clear that was going to go over his head. He could make a clear decision. But you know, I've talked a lot about decision making being a key part of batting, and you have to be clear in your thinking. And it could be a case of the indecision might be final for George Bartlett, because he has a couple of times now shown indecision about play leave, both to the medium pace Price and now to the much quicker Dalanga.
Yeah, leaves that one well alone. A bit wider, isn't it, that time from Dalanga? And again, has a glance over to Bartlett at the end of his follow through. So they obviously know each other well.
There's something here as well about body language. George Bartlett looks like a man who's indecisive at the moment. His movements are jerky, not sure. He's not catching in his eyes, looking at the ground a lot. Stick your chest out, kid. Stick your chin out. You're there for a battle. Get stuck in.
Yeah.
Show that you want to be there. At the minute, he's showing me that he's not sure whether he wants to be there or not.
That one is defended back down. Possibly a little bit late on that one as it's down into the ground under his eyes.
I know I've never met George Bartlett. I know from Rob Keir, he's quite a laid back character.
Yeah.
And sometimes that can be misread as lacking fight. It's not necessarily the case, but I just want to see a little bit more presence from him out there. That's good. That's a great leave.
It's a confident leave, isn't it?
That's a Ricky Ponting leave. That's get your front foot down the wicket, get the bat out of the way, dominate that area, take the stumps out of the view of the bowler, and tell him he's going to have to do better than that. That was a very positive. You see the body language in that one, as opposed to sort of a shuffly back foot leave, and you're not too sure. That was great. I'm coming into your space, Delanga. I know you've bowling rockets, but I'm coming into your space, and you've got to do better than that.
Yeah,
good.
Absolutely.
Enjoyed that.
Last ball of the over, 5 dots so far. And there'll be a sixth dot to finish as he defends that one back down the pitch. Maiden over, 69 overs bowled, 218 for 4.
The last two balls there, Dan, he played those last two balls really well, actually. That's good to see. He's having a long chat now with Karen there, who will be gently trying to tease in some messages across to him, because he will recognise that there's a little bit of nerve going on. Yeah.
11 minutes, 10 minutes now till lunch. So maybe it will just be one more from Marchant. Sure, there'll be an element of make this over last as long as it possibly can. Well, that's going to be difficult, isn't it, when you've got a 6-pace run up for Zafar Gohar.
Oh.
Bit of ball watching there by Karen there, wasn't there, as he started set off for the single. Fortunately said no when he clocked Bartlett having a couple of steps down towards him. Van Buren is hovering there quite deep, isn't he? But I think Karen there timed that one a bit too well. That one's dropped into the leg side, a much safer shot.
There again, that drift is there, but it's started too straight. So it doesn't mean he can't get wickets at all, but he's not quite where he wants to be.
Bartlett now on strike. Defended into the offside. There's a big bit of encouragement there from James Bracey through the effects mic from behind the stumps. Miles Hammond joined in as well. Sweep, slog sweep, in fact. It's gone up and over the leg side. One bounce, 4 down towards the signal box. Bartlett with a release shot. He moves himself to 17. And the score, 223 for 4.
That's a well-executed shot. Well played. Again, if I'm Gloucestershire, I don't mind that. That was pretty straight. If he misses that, there's going to be a heck of an appeal. My first thought it was drifting down the leg side, but I'm not sure it was. It was pretty straight. Good shot.
Defended again. I'm not convinced there'd be much I'd see out here if I was wearing a Gloucestershire shirt that I wouldn't enjoy, to be honest. If you play attacking shots, I think, okay, well, it keeps us in the game. And if you play defensive shots on a pitch that's done a little bit, you go, okay, well, this keeps us in the game. And aerial again through the leg side, and Bancroft is there at short leg, but Bartlett gets it wide of the man under the lid. Single to end the over. Bartlett keeps the strike, so he'll face up against Delanga. 8 minutes to go until the break. I don't necessarily think if it were to go that far and if it gets into that evening session, would be the point where I think from a Gloucestershire's perspective, where you potentially start getting a little bit kind of wary of the time ticking down. But as it stands, there's 69 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
So much time. And as you said yesterday, when Northants were none down, it only takes 10. I mean, now it only takes 6 good balls, doesn't it?
Yeah. Or not even good balls.
Precisely. Yeah. Well,
6 wicket taking deliverers. Be nice if they were good balls.
Marchant continues. And again, the maybe just providing George Bartlett with a little bit of batting advice. Not out on this pitch, wasn't he, Marchant?
He was.
Who knows what that score might have ended up if.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to bring that PTSD back for you, but fortunately we won't. You won't be watching Marchant Delang bat again this year at Wantage Road. Certainly not in the Red Bull competition anyway.
Just as well.
Left alone. That time. Certainly that kind of defensive shot from the offside kept the fast bowler more interested, didn't it, than the confident leave there. Quite noticeable in the response from the shot played by the batter as to the response that you get from Marchant.
What I liked about that leave and the 5th ball of the previous over is a real positive move, positive in defence. People talk about positive batting, think it's all about shot making. It's not. Oh, well, that nearly crept through.
Yeah, that's just rushed Bartlett, hasn't it? Kept a little bit low as well.
It did keep low.
He's turned it around the corner. Bracey was on his knees behind the stumps.
Yeah, I'm not sure George Bartlett did a whole lot wrong there, and he could have been walking back to the pavilion. That ball did keep low. He did go on the back foot to it, but I think he was entitled to, and it did keep very low. What he did well was he got some bat on it. Actually, fine leg is very fine as well, because my first thought was that's going to run away for 4, but fine leg is very fine. Yeah, unusually so. That tells you a bit about the pace that DeLanger is bowling at. That fine leg is so fine.
A long delay between deliveries here as Karen Nair is on strike. Not quite sure who was engaged in conversation there, but Marchant comes into bowl.
Oh, that's hit him on the head.
That's tried to take evasive action. That's hit him hard, isn't he?
The ball has gone back past the bowler's stumps. That's how hard that's hit him, and it's hit him on the side of the head. This is not good. No. DeLanger, the great guy that he is, checks in with Karen there to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, that's hit him hard, isn't it?
Very hard. I mean, the ball's rebounded 22 yards.
He stayed on his feet, which is good. Gloucestershire players showing concern, and the Northants physio comes straight onto the field.
I would not be surprised if Karen Nair goes off here. And that's a very early shout. The physio's not even reached him, but that hit him incredibly hard.
Yeah, plenty of concern, isn't there, on show for the Gloucestershire players, which is nice to see. Pats on the back.
They're a good bunch.
Safa Gohar, Bancroft is over there as well, just checking that Karen Nair is okay. But yeah, this decision now will be made by the Northants physio. It didn't look like it bounced as much as what Karen Nair thought it was going to. And
it didn't. It was a bumper, and he got down low. He's only a short guy, got down low, but it did hit him hard on the side of the head. He would have expected that ball to have bounced a couple of feet or so higher. And Nick Allen, the Northants physio, is out there having a chat with the overseas batter.
Yeah, well, he's certainly going to need.
Have a look at his helmet.
Still right in saying that you have to get a new one each time it gets hit. Am I right in saying that?
You're right. Yeah, that's the protocol. Not well. No, it has to be examined. You don't have to change it, but with a blow like that, that was a full blow.
Yeah,
on the side of the helmet.
Yeah.
Nick's having a feel. He'll have had some training on how to do this. Nick Allen, on how to examine the helmet.
Northants subfielder's headed off back, isn't he? I think to go and get another one. It's just important at this stage, isn't it, for everybody to take their time and make a really well-informed decision.
Absolutely.
With regards to Karen Nair and the response to that delivery from Marchant Dalang. Can't be stressed enough, really, that there's no rush, is there?
In terms of the nature of the impact, it couldn't have been any more direct because the ball went back exactly where it came from. It ran back to the bowler's stumps and just passed. So it wasn't a glancing blow. It was a full thud instant. He took every bit of energy from that ball on the side of his helmet. He's standing looking pretty calm, but it needs time. Two helmets have been brought out by, I think that's Freddie Heldrick, is it? The Northampton's 12th man.
I think it might be. Certainly moving in a way that Freddie Heldrick would move. He was about yesterday, wasn't he? He'd be a big part of Northamptonshire's, well, it was a big part of Northamptonshire's blast campaign last year, the leg spinner. He finished second, didn't he, in the wicket takers, just behind AJ Ty.
Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't in the team initially, I think, from memory. He came in after a couple of games.
You're right.
So the helmet's coming out tells us that he is going to continue. There's a check-in with the physio. Martin Saggers has just checked in with the physio. Are you happy? Is everything okay? But yeah, we're going to see a replay of it now. And it's, I don't like watching these replays, but I'm going to have to. Yeah, it was a late decision to go down. It wasn't quite as short as I thought it was, actually.
No.
It certainly wasn't as short as Karen Nair thought it was. Crikey, that ball hit him hard. Oh, gee whiz.
Yeah. As you said yesterday, pace does funny things, doesn't it?
Pace changes things.
Well, he's on strike and he's had time to gather his thoughts and fresh helmet.
This will be the last over before lunch, I suspect.
Yeah. And Marchant goes up top again. That one, Karen Nair gets underneath successfully. So there'll be one ball left of this over. And again, I think, not sure who that is. Is it Bancroft under the helmet there? I think might have just been double checking as well that Karen Nair was all right as he made his way away from the stumps just to gather his thoughts. It's not Bancroft, he's at second slip. There's a leg slip in place. There is a gully, 2 slips. There's a man at backward point, man at short leg. Would lead you to believe that unless this is a big double bluff, this one will be short as well. Phil?
I would imagine so. Yeah, it is. It's well played. It bounced a bit. It's trapped his thumb against the handle of the bat. But he's not out.
He's not out, and that's been a tough over for Karen Nair. A good over for Gloucestershire and good over for Marchant Dalang. So that's lunch. 225 for 4. Northants just need to bat. Gloucestershire need 6 wickets. How's Rovers going?
Yes, I mean, obviously with the dismissal of Luke Proctor, then Rovers goes more towards Gloucestershire. Where were we before? I was 75%, wasn't I, Gloucester win? I'm now probably 83% Gloucestershire win. And also, I might revise that after lunch to see who comes out after lunch because Karen Nair's now got 40 minutes. The medical team have got 40 minutes to see what happens. I'm not, getting hit on the head. It can lead to a concussion, often does, and sometimes that concussion takes a little while to start to manifest itself.
Yeah.
You often hear about I was fine, and then 2 hours later I was being sick and dizzy and so on. So let's really hope, for everyone's sake, that's not the case.
Yeah.
But player welfare comes first. If there's any doubt, he won't return.
Yeah, certainly does. Well put, well said. Right, it's lunchtime. Let's take a break. We'll be back in about 40 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. 2 sessions remain in this match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire at Wantage Road. The stream here is powered by Daffabet. We've got Zafar Gohart. We'll be opening the bowling in the afternoon session from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And my name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. Northants just need to keep batting.
Just the 332 runs to win in 68 overs. Or lose less than 6 wickets and Northants get out with a draw. We're going to see Zafar Gohart continuing from the Lynn Wilson end. He was a little bit straight, stumped too straight before lunch, and starts in a similar fashion, to be honest. That ball pitching around about leg stump, Midland leg. He's getting a lot of drift, which is a great thing to have as a slow left armer, but he's got to get his start line right. The very good news from Northamptonshire perspective, and personally for Karen there, is that he feels well enough to be out there. He's retaken the field. And before lunch, he got hit a very nasty blow from a very fast ball from Marchant de Lang, and the ball rebounded all the way down the wicket past the bowler's stumps. There was a significant break in play whilst the physio came out, checked him and his helmet over, and I wasn't sure whether he would return after lunch. He has, and that's good news all around. So a rare, really loose delivery from Zafar Gohart, cut away. There is a man out on the cover boundary, Josh Shaw, so it only goes for a single. And yeah, he's not quite been at his best in these 17.2 overs. Zafar Gohart, 0 for 44. As we've said a few times, he bowled beautifully in the first innings. It'll only take a couple of balls. He can be back into that form in this innings. Hasn't hit it yet. That's a nice delivery, though. Nicely defended by Karen there. So, yeah, it's great to see him out there, Dan. That means at least as we stand, he hasn't suffered any ill effects of the blow to the head. Of course, we know that concussion can come on quite late. Let's hope it doesn't, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think there was, genuine concern, wasn't there, from everybody involved for a while. And I think there was kind of a comment between the two of us, wasn't there? Kind of hopeful that we saw him come back down the steps, and thankfully we have. I mean, there's very few better batters to watch in county championship.
Yeah, I kept my own counsel there on that appeal because it did look pretty straight. It was nicely delivered by Zafar Gohart. We'll see it on replay. This is him at his best here. Gets up and over the ball. Well, that's a decent cheese. Dan, you think going down the leg side?
I can only see that's where the benefit of the doubt's come in for Karen there, but it was one of the better appeals, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. Yeah, I'd agree with that. There's been some appealing, as you might expect. Everyone gets a bit excited, and understandably so when 6 wickets are needed. That was a decent appeal. Zafar Gohart will know that that's where he needs to be living. That was a lovely delivery. So, unsurprisingly, we are going to see Marchant de Lang. He's going to open up from the David Capel end, where he finished just before lunch. He's bowling at George Bartlett, and he's right on the money. George Bartlett on 20. He's been sketchy, I think would be the word that I would use. The key thing here is he's not out, and everything else is kind of window dressing. He's not out, and that's the most important thing. He's had a couple of scares. It was a great bit of wicket-keeping work, which nearly accounted for him stumped down the leg side. Great piece of work from James Bracey, but somehow Bartlett managed to get his front foot back round and in the crease. That one's turned away off a straightish line. Just pick up a single down to fine leg. And he had an inside edge to Price as well, the same bowler, and just kind of very nearly dragged that onto his stumps. A bit of a lapse in concentration. And but he got away with that, so he remains there on 21. The score is 227 for 4. But that single does bring Karen there on to strike, and he will be tested here. There's no question about that. He'll be happy to get off strike. A nice little hit ball. De Lange will be cross with himself. Gentle hit ball, first ball after lunch that he's faced from the big South African fast bowler. Gets himself off strike. Also gets him a sighter. Gets him back into the rhythm of playing. The fastest bowler in the match. Undoubtedly, De Lange can hold that title. Although I think Ajit Singh with the handbrake off down the hill could push him at times, but Delanga is always thereabouts, and that's where he is again, thereabouts. Well played by George Bartlett. That ball did bounce slightly. He withdrew his bottom hand, but he did it calmly, so it didn't interfere with the delivery of the bat into the ball. It spliced him up, as they say. The wicket has offered little in terms of sideways movement for spin or seam. There has been some, as you would expect, it's day 4. There has been some up and down, slightly variable bounce. Oh, wow, that was close to being the second helmet strike in 2 overs from Marchand de Lang. A very late decision from George Bartlett to get under that. And you probably heard my intake of breath. I thought that was going to pick him up. Oh, wow, that's close.
That's so close, isn't it?
Anytime you see the batsman turn the head away from the ball, you know they're in trouble. And he did late on. He turned his head. He thought that was going to hit him. Oh, and it nearly did. He might be receiving a few more short ones as a result of the way he played that. This one's just back of a length, and Bartlett in line nicely. He's able to defend it. So no lasting damage done, but messages sent and received from de Lang to both these batters is that I am going to bang it in. I'm going to test your back foot game. I'm going to test your technique. I'm going to test your bravery, because that ball is reaching them at around 80, 85 miles an hour. And as we saw before lunch, the ball that hit Karen Nair did rebound all the way back down the wicket. It was a sickening blow, actually. It was not a nice thing to watch. And what was nice was the reaction of all of the Gloucestershire players who, at one time or another, came up and just checked in with Karen Nair to make sure he was okay. It's a nice county. It's a nicely run club, Gloucestershire. It was nice to see that from their players. Yes, they want to win. Yes, they will bowl bouncers. They're entitled to do that. But when someone gets hit, it was nice to see them inquiring about the well-being. A little bit of width on offer from Zafar Gohar. Cut nicely, but straight to that man, Delanga, who's sort of a square gully line on the single. There's a slip and a short leg, a cover boundary rider and a man at deep mid-wicket. That's nicely bowled, nicely flighted by Gohar, pushed comfortably down the ground to the captain, Graham Van Buren. I wonder if he'll have a ball soon.
Yeah, well, he's used 6 so far in this innings, with himself up his sleeve as well. So clearly considers himself not that high up the list of priorities at the moment. There will come a time, though, won't there, where they'll have one eye on that new ball. It's 14 overs away now, and when it will become available for Gloucestershire, and I think then therefore will maybe dictate as to how long this spell from Marchand is after lunch.
I think it might be due slightly earlier than that, actually. I'll just do my workings out here. I've got the thing.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, we've got 6 overs after this.
Apologies. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
It's a lot of numbers on this screen in front of us, isn't
there? There is. Yeah, that's why I don't look at it. It's very confusing to a simple man like me. This ball, again, slightly, it's drifting in. It's drifted in slightly too far, meaning it's more on the leg stump than the middle stump, the middle and off stump. Turned away for a comfortable single by Bartlett. That takes him on to 22.
So in which case then, Marchand has a great chance we'll bowl all the way up to the new ball here then.
It did cross my mind in terms of the thing that crossed my mind was, do you want him to bowl, Delanga to bowl now? Do you want him to bowl with a new ball? You probably can't have both, unless he's only going to bowl 2 now. Yeah. The other part of that equation, which is very relevant here, is that he has hit hard Karen Nair just before lunch. Was intending to probably try to bowl 4 overs, didn't get through them because of the break in play. The last thing Northants will have wanted to do is to face Delanga straight after lunch. They might have thought, as we might, well, they'll save him now for the new ball. Actually, they've got to rock him, and here he comes. The big guy's coming in at us. But it'll be interesting to see how Van Buren manages that. I think he might bowl this one and no more, but we'll see. It's one of those where it's not clear cut. There's no clear wrong and clear right, as with 90% of 4-day cricket, which makes it so interesting.
Yeah, well, he's not taken the new ball in either of the innings, has he? So clearly Gloucestershire and Van Buren prefer Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale with the new one over Marsh and Dalanga.
That's a very good point. He hasn't done that. So he may well bowl up to the new ball in that case. So what's this? This is a 75th. So he'll bowl 75, 77, 79. So this 1 and 2 more. It'll be interesting to see who does take the new ball from this end. Josh Shaw has operated exclusively from the David Capel end. And I was hurried. George Bartlett was hurried then. Initially, as that ball came down the wicket, I think he had a thought of getting under it. He then realised it wasn't that short and he didn't have time to get under it. And in the end, he took his bottom hand off the bat and just kind of pushed at the ball. It was, unfortunately for George Bartlett, it was a telltale sign of I'm not comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the short ball. I'm expecting the short ball. What should happen now?
Yeah, I was just about to say it kind of looks like it's been, what do you call it, difficult to pick up Marchant in this kind of extended spell over the break, and so much so that George Bartlett's just asked for the door to be closed down at the David Capel end. That door, for those wondering, is probably 6 to 10 foot to the right of the sight screen, but clearly was causing a bit of difficulty. I wonder whether that was kind of maybe over the left shoulder of Marchant Dalang, maybe at the end of his run as he came in. But both of these batters have struggled to judge length. They've been very much pinned on the back foot. He's bowled challenging deliveries every single time. He's not wasted one, has he? Hasn't offered an opportunity to score. And I don't know whether this is, as you would say, a bit of window dressing or not, but I really enjoy the kind of the longer conversations that Marchant has with regards to field placements. As it is, Miles Hammond hasn't moved.
I think that was to give I think that chat was to give George Bartlett time to think about things.
That's just what I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit of gamesmanship. That ball has nearly gone for 4. It was intended to be driven into the offside to sort of an off drive, extra cover drive. It got a thick inside edge. Didn't quite get forward. Got a thick inside edge. It nearly ran for 4 over the old wickets, the used wickets. It was retrieved by Josh Shaw, but 3 to George Bartlett, who will be pretty happy to be at the other end. Obviously, they can't both be at the other end, but it was always my way of playing fast bowling was to play it from the other end.
I think if I had choice, that's certainly where I would be. Or thinking, if these two could see it out, I'll come in a bit later.
Looking to see it out for the remainder of the innings, Karen Nair and George Bartlett. Karen Nair is going to have someone to have a chat to, because the short leg that was there for him before the lunch break is now coming back. It does beg the question, why wasn't he there immediately after lunch? But he's coming in now. Is that Miles Hammond going under the lid?
I have to wait and see if I can start seeing some numbers on the back of jerseys.
So this last ball is banged in. Nicely played off the back foot by Karen Nair. And it's interesting, the risk of repeating ourselves here. Pace changes things. And Karen Nair, who is the most beautiful batsman to watch, totally unhurried, is now looking hurried. What are we seeing here? The physio has come out onto the field. He's going to have a chat with Karen Nair.
Is that a have 10 minutes out there and see how you feel type thing? Is it a check-up as to, is this something we would expect to see from the Northants dressing room throughout the afternoon, just to make sure that everything is okay?
I look that way. I think you probably smashed it there. I think that's exactly what was going on. That may be part of the protocol that's moved on since my time, and I like it, because concussion, as we've said, can often, infrequently, is delayed. So checking in on him from time to time, it's taken 45 seconds out of the game. So no problem with that. But that's good player welfare, isn't it?
It is. I just had a message come through from Ben, the cameraman, who's a keen rugby player, and he's just said checking up on him as it's been an hour since the incident, or the moment, the bounce, or whatever you want to call it.
Nice work, Ben. He's on fire.
He's doing well, isn't he?
He's doing a great job. But that's good to know. Very good to know. Nicely bowled again, Zafar Gohar. Maybe a little bit flatter, maybe a little bit straight. He tends to get his line more right the slightly slower he bowls. When it's a bit quicker, it seems to me to be directed a little bit straighter than he wants to. It's a matter of finding the right pace to bowl. That was a lower arm delivery. That's the one that he struggled with yesterday, not getting his bowling arm as high as he wanted it to, and therefore not finding the length that he wanted to. That was the thing that he was concerned about during his spell yesterday. So far, after lunch, it's been a comfortable start from Northants. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. Bartlett getting well forward there, killing any chance of spin. Also killing any chance of the ball skidding on and catching him on the shin. Trying to play with the bat in front of the pad so that the bat can access the ball. That one gets a leading edge. Karen Nair thinks there's a run. He's run 1, 2 halves. George Bartlett was perhaps more concerned as how that ball got onto the leading edge. He rehearses a sweep shot, a paddle sweep shot. I'd suggest that's not a great option either, to be honest. Not just now. And that's nicely flighted, a better line from Gohar. But again, nothing's really happening for Zafar Gohar. Captain just runs straight past him. I was wondering whether there might be a little chat there. Zafar Gohar's now about 20 overs in the innings, 0 for 49. I looked, I was having a sandwich near the scoreboard. I looked up and saw DeLange's figures, and obviously they've changed slightly since lunch. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 33. That we can draw a line under that because he's now being replaced. But yeah, it's going at about 3 and over. Being replaced at the David Capel end by Tom Price. Yeah.
Yeah. So Van Buren clearly does want the big quick available for when that new ball turns up in a couple of overs' time, which certainly a good tactic, a smart move, I think, for Van Buren. But equally, don't think it would have been a bad one if Delanger had carried on there up to the new ball with the old one. He was doing so well and was certainly asking questions, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was. I mean, you could see that the short ball was in the mind of the two batters. And if we can see that from here, then sure they could see it from out there. Which is something that they absolutely don't want to betray that, to give that away as a batter. If you are having trouble lining someone up, or you're not moving well, or this happens even in professional cricket, you are very concerned about getting hit with the short ball. Mm-hmm. You have to demonstrate the opposite. And you do that through strong body language, good leaving. But we're not going to be able to leave many from this fella because Tom Price has so far bowled 49 deliveries today. I think there have been 3 that weren't hitting the stumps, one of which accounted for the Northants captain, Luke Proctor, who managed to...
I think the other one was the one down the leg side. And the other one was the inside edge from Bartlett that ran down to fine leg as well. So
bowl more bad deliveries might be the word from the captain. That one wasn't one of his better deliveries. It's turned comfortably off his ankles by Bartlett for a couple. The thing here is to keep concentration, because although Tom Price is bowling military medium pace, he is a frontline bowler. He is a very skillful bowler, and he does possess threat. We haven't seen it in the way that he would have expected so far, but he did account for George Bartlett in the first innings, caught behind. That'll be on Bartlett's mind, surely.
He obviously just stands the seam up really proudly, doesn't he? It's wobbled about at, as you say, a gentle pace from from Tom Price, and clearly the one that got Bartlett hit the seam nicely and relatively speaking took off on this pitch. So as you said, you're going to have to be switched on. And again, when you go from kind of 85 down to 65 mile an hour, that's a huge change.
It is.
All of you need to adjust your triggers, don't you? You need to adjust your eyes to it. There's every chance that you end up early. Don't know how early you would end up being on it, but 20 mile an hour difference is a big adjustment to make. And that's what I think when you go pace to spin, you kind of expect it, don't you? But actually the triggers and everything are going to be the same.
Nicely defended, back down the wicket. Yeah, I sometimes think about pace bowlers of this pace. There aren't many bowlers who bowl at this pace in professional cricket, but if you're playing well as a batter, then that's fine. If you're not moving well, you've actually got a lot more time to move into a poor position. So if you, for example, if you're falling over slightly at the crease, that's a common one. There'll be other options, but if you're falling over slightly at the crease to a 95 miles an hour bowler, you've not got very far to go before the ball is in play and you get a bat on it. Yeah. If someone's bowling at 68 miles an hour and you're falling over, you're going to have fallen over by the time the ball arrives, i.e. your head's going to be well outside the line. You can obviously get the bat back onto the line, but it's a lot more difficult. That last ball was challenging and George Bartlett got a bat on. I think it kept a little bit low, maybe ran back in. Difficult to see from behind the stumps, but otherwise a reasonably uneventful over. 3 overs before the new ball, and it's possible here that Graham Van Buren's thoughts are more about the new ball.
I was just about to ask you, have you seen anything here from Gloucestershire or the ball that would make you lead or think to believe that maybe they wouldn't take it straight away?
No,
me neither. But I was just checking, just throwing it out there.
And that's great. You've got to think about that, haven't you? Oh, that's nice batting. Just deliberately got inside into the leg side of the ball just to open up that area. Won't surprise anyone that Karen Nair is a good player of spin, but he is a good player of spin. Just makes everything look so easy.
Makes you quite jealous, doesn't it, looking out the window?
It does. I think if I had my time again as a cricketer, well, I'd be a lot better, firstly. But I would have been a bowler in the mould of Richard Hadley. That would have been my go-to. But if I could have been a batter, I'd have loved to have been a bat like Karen Nair, because that's just quite something special. Nicely played. Allowed to go onto the back foot, just knocks it into the hole on the offside for a single. Got to stay concentrating here. We're talking about the new ball. Gloucestershire are thinking about the new ball. 2 batters have got to be thinking about the next ball and nothing else. Easier said than done. Got a change of angle. I like this because nothing is happening for Zafar Gohar from around the wicket to the right-handers. So he's going to have a go over the wicket. Why not? What are you going to lose? So there's a bit of chat about the field. It looks to have taken everyone a bit by surprise, this change of angle, including the captain. He's moving from mid-off. He's going to go out into mid-wicket, is the skipper. There are going to be 2 slips and a short leg. So a significant change in the field, really. As we've said, and if you've been tuning in, you'll know that there is a big patch of rough that's now outside. Well, it's not moved, but it's outside the leg stump of Karen Nair. That one was straight. It's interesting. That was a bit of premeditation in that shot, I think, from Karen Nair. I think he might have been expecting that ball was going to be targeting the rough. And so he was going to sweep it no matter what. It ended up being a straight ball, and it didn't quite look such a good option by the time the ball arrived. But he's very good at the batting. Managed to get it away for a single. That one does pitch in the rough and does spin and bounce. Hits George Bartlett on the back thigh pad. He can kick that ball for me.
Yep.
Doesn't need to be offering the bat there. The ball pitching outside the leg stump. So George Bartlett shouldn't be giving out LBW. Keep your bat out of the way of that. That's a better option. Just let it go past.
Yeah, obviously can't run through a bye there because there was no shot offered by George Bartlett. So a dot ball to finish. I wonder whether that sweep from Karen there was just really to turn around and say, well, if you're going to bowl there, I'm going to take you on.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
And don't sit there.
Absolutely.
Come back over the other side where the rough isn't there.
Exactly that. I'm not going to let you bowl dot balls in there and hopefully one spits and hits me on the glove. I'm going to sweep you. What he didn't expect was the ball to be, if you like, misdirected and ended up being straight. But yeah, as I say, he dealt with it pretty well. So countdown continues. Countdown in terms of overs to the new ball 2. Countdown and overs until Northants walk off with a draw. A minimum of 61. Countdown for the number of wickets required for Gloucestershire to win remains at 6. Still very strong favourites, but as each over goes by, a little more belief filters into the Northamptonshire dressing room and a little more doubt filters into the Gloucestershire dressing room. But we're a long way from a great deal of doubt there yet. But Northampton only lost 2 wickets today. One of them was the tail ender, George Scrimshaw, the night watchman, who played pretty well, but then had a drive at one, got a thin nick through to Bracey. The other one was a bit of a freaky one, was the captain, Luke Proctor. So not a lot has been created, I think it's fair to say, without being critical of the Gloucestershire bowlers. It's a day 4 wicket. The ball isn't swinging. The wicket has certainly changed colour and changed the way it's playing. But what hasn't changed is the intensity and the intent that Gloucestershire have had since the first ball of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they'll probably feel fortunate to pick up the wicket of Luke Proctor the way that they picked it up as well.
No doubt.
But they are trying things, aren't they? There's long conversations with regards to Phil's placements. They're being very particular, very precise with where fielders are. There's another one here, as I think that is the captain, Van Buren, comes up to stand and join almost what looks like a free kick kind of football wall in there on the leg side, doesn't it, for Karen there?
Yeah, there are 3 men on the, we used to call that on the perch. There are 4 men on the perch. It's a bit of an old-fashioned expression. 4 men who are all about 15 metres from the bat. One of them's on the offside, about 2.5 wickets away from the main strip. And the 3 others who are on the leg side, there's one on the wicket next to the main wicket. There's one on the next wicket, and there's one the other side of the next wicket. So it's a belt. It's a little belt. What's that star belt? Is it Orion's belt or somebody's belt?
Yeah, I think you've got it right. Yeah,
looks a bit like that. And they're obviously all stars, the Gloucestershire fielders. That's by implication.
Very well put. I think probably just highlights as well the fact that Tom Price is just going to bowl straight at the stumps here.
Yeah.
Just wait and almost, well, essentially wait for a mistake, I think, for Karen there until this second new ball becomes available.
Or a bit of low bounce.
Yeah.
Possibly as well. If one bounce is low, then you don't want that ball to be missing off stump. Karen there, as always, finds, as usual, I should say, not always, that'd be crazy. As usual, finds the middle of the bat and the ball goes out onto the offside. I've just seen the Northants doctor arrive.
Oh, okay.
Bill. His name's Bill. Dr. Bill. And I wish I hadn't started this sentence because I can't remember his surname. But Dr. Bill is in the house. Tom Price is in the house, asking George Bartlett, can you defend that one? And he can. No surprise that it's fielded by one of those 3 fielders on the leg side, all on the catch, on the perch. So there are those 3 guys there. There's another guy at square legs. There are 4 fielders on the square between the 2 sets of stumps, effectively, on the leg side and a deep backward square leg. And he's found the gap. George Bartlett has somehow found the gap between 2 of those 3 fielders. Nicely timed, goes up to the long on boundary effectively, but they'll only get 2. It's chased down. That ends the 10th over from Tom Price. It sees George Bartlett move on to 32. Karen Nair's on 45. This partnership has quietly progressed to 61. It's all about partnerships for Northamptonshire today. And this is the 80th over. The importance of that can't really be overstated in terms of it's the last one before the second new ball becomes available. And you kind of think if Northampton can get through 20 overs of the new ball for the loss of no more than one wicket, then suddenly those odds change very significantly, because sideways movement has largely gone from the pitch. It will move for the new ball. The new ball's harder, shinier, the seam will be more proud, so there will be movement available. If Northampton can get through the new ball, get 20, 25 overs into it for the loss of one wicket, then suddenly this thing swings back in their favour. But that's a big if, because Gloucestershire have got a variety of very good seam bowlers at their disposal.
Yeah, I was just having a look and see which one might be getting loose.
He's played the kayak. That's a wide. So that ball has been called wide by umpire Martin Saggers. And you may wonder why that's been called wide, because it wasn't particularly wide, but it's about negative bowling. It's bowling over the wicket, down the leg side, left armour against right hander. And the instruction is that if you think that's negative bowling, then you call it wide, even though it might not traditionally be a red ball wide in terms of its width. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does. I was going to throw it back at you, though, and kind of say, is there not an element of context that should be applied to that delivery as well?
Yes.
Because it
is he trying to do that? Yeah, I totally agree.
Negative to me says in the detriment of the opposition. That delivery there with Northampton trying to save this game would be in the benefit of the opposition. So why would you want to face another one?
Correct. Totally agree.
Northampton would have Zafar Gohar bowl there all day. Yeah. But it wouldn't be negative for Northampton, would it?
No. Dan, well put. And it is bemusing, really, why the umpire would decide, I'm not having this negative bowling. Well, I'm not trying to bowl negatively. I'm trying to land it in the rough and turn it.
Yeah.
I've missed the rough and it's gone straight on.
Yeah.
I don't deserve another ball for that. Punish me by not giving me another ball. Don't punish me by calling it wide.
Yeah.
That gives me another chance. I'm 100% with you. That ball does land in the same area as the wide ball, but it spins. George Bartlett sensibly getting the bat away, just kicking it away. Can't be given out LBW if the ball pitches outside leg stump. So irrespective of where that ball may have gone after hitting the pad, it can't be given out. That's a nice shot. It's a good sweep. Hands on head from the bowler. I don't think that was in response to the shot. I think it was in response to his delivery. It's nicely played, that.
Marchant's going through the motions, isn't he, at backward point. I've seen Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale standing around with almost their arms crossed behind their back.
There is an option. I'll come back to that option in a sec. Oh, that's turned. That has turned from the pitch. It didn't hit the rough, that ball. It wasn't straight, so it pitched outside leg stump, but that was short enough to be missing that area of rough that we've had our eye on. So that has turned, wow, that's turned sharply off the pitch. The first one that's done that.
Marchant takes the jumper and the cap off. New ball taken as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dan, I think there is an option here to have a little look at Gohar with the new ball.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see how much that spits and turns out of that area.
Yep.
And I might do that. It might look crazy, but I would have a look. I'd give him 1, maybe 2 overs with the new ball just to see if that, because it hasn't turned as much, that last ball aside.
Yeah.
The ball hasn't turned out of that area when it's been old, but I'd have a little look at that.
And when you come to professional cricket as well, he's going to be good enough to still hit the seam, isn't he? He's not exactly going to take the new ball and then kind of scuff it to pieces as it lands on its side, like one of your teammates might do on a Saturday afternoon. The new ball taken. So it will expect to hit the bat a bit harder, come off the pitch a bit quicker, maybe swing a little bit more off a bit more excitement. And in response to that new ball, Gloucestershire have, well, packed the cordon, haven't they? 1, 2, 3, and well, Miles Hammond's at, say, at about 5th or 4.5, really, wouldn't you there?
Yeah. That ball just moved off the wicket, didn't it? Went away, pitched away. It went slowly off the pitch. If it goes quickly, that catches the edge, I think. It went slowly, caught the thick edge. Oh my goodness. I thought he'd hit that straight to extra cover. Bartlett was slow transferring his weight forward. It was a full ball. He decided he was going to drive it, but pace changes things. His weight was still a little bit on the back foot. So when he hit the ball, the bat was going up and the ball went up. It carried in the air for quite a long time, but it was in the gap between extra cover and cover. From my angle, it looked initially that it was going straight to Graham Van Buren at extra cover. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. But he's been in a while, George Bartlett, and there's still 70-odd balls, and there's still a few nerves around.
It's a good leave.
What do you think?
Well, I think he got beaten for pace there. Sorry, I think is probably what happened, but
yeah,
turned out to be a good leave. Looks like he left that as the ball hit Bracey's gloves, didn't it?
I think so. I think it had nobody forward, did it? That? Yeah.
But you said about puff your chest out, body language, positive mindset, and this, that, and the other, and he's given you exactly that, isn't he?
Keep going. Yeah, I like it.
No, I've left it.
No, I meant him.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry. He's left it. Yes. I'm coming into that space. I'm willing to get forward. I'll come back to that in 1 second. Well played. Good. Gary Kirsten, who was coach of India, was a fantastic opening batsman himself, and a very brave opening batsman, and I think a fantastic cricket coach as well, says you have to confront the cricket ball. And he looks you in the eye with a steely gaze and looks young players in the eyes when he says that you have to confront the cricket ball. And he means you've got to get your head into that space, into that top of off area. George Bartlett didn't know whether to come back or forward there. I'm not surprised. It was a good length ball. Decided to play it in the end and got a thickish outsider. Controlled it pretty well. Ran it down through third man for 4. I missed a Tannoy announcement then in the middle of the over.
You did.
That was a strange time to give a Tannoy announcement, wasn't it?
A 250 up for Northamptonshire.
Oh, it was very quick. Yeah. It was very quick on the Tannoy. That's what it was.
I think a lot of that's due because it's at the moment relatively irrelevant when it comes to this game of cricket, isn't it? But it's still a milestone, nonetheless. 253 for 4.
We've got another catcher coming in now. 4 and 1. There are 5 men in the cordon at various positions as well. The guy at Gully is deeper than any of the slips. He should be a bit closer, surely.
Yeah, unless he's there to kind of stop that run down.
Yeah, maybe.
But at that point there, I'd say, why aren't you a couple of footsteps, a couple of paces deeper?
Good pace, good accuracy from Delanga. He's got his hands on his head. He's having a little chat with George Bartlett. We know it'll be reasonably friendly, but he'll be trying to convey something to just disturb his thinking, or something in his mind.
He certainly tried, hasn't he, so far?
So we're not going to see spin continuing. That was only an option. It's it would have been a little off-piste from me. I would have had a look at it, but it's easy to say that when I'm not down there. We are going to see for the first time in this match, Josh Shaw from the Lynn Wilson end. He's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 45 in this innings. Picked up the first wicket of the day. The night watchman, George Scrimshaw, in the first innings, picked up a wicket with his first ball of the match, which was a beautiful in-swinging Yorker to get rid of the dangerous Emilio Gay. He's now going to be bowling to the dangerous Karen Nair, who's on 46. Starts with a very unlike Gloucester delivery, a short wide ball. It was so wide that Karen Nair felt if I try and reach that, I might be in danger of losing control of the shot, so I'll let that go, which I quite respect that judicious approach. He's got 3 slips He's got 3 slips. He did have a gully. Then gully, as a result of that short wide ball, has gone back to the point boundary, which is nonsense. He's got an extra cover of mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square leg. So there may be a tactic here. It's too early to say, but there may be a tactic of just holding length and bowling a channel. This is something that Shaw had a little look at earlier when he bowled at Nair, to bowl more channel. They know that Nair likes to play shots. So there may be a little bit here of, are you willing to let these balls go on 6 stump? And we've got a man on the boundary in case you do fancy a drive. He fancies a cut. He's cut that one away. Very well fielded by the man on the boundary. It just escapes his grasp in the end, but nonetheless, he actually stopped 2. A good bit of fielding. I just have no time for that fielder out there. I'm sorry. I really have no time for that fielder at all. That fielder is not going to influence whether Karen Nair plays or not. If he mistimes the drive, gets a thick edge and it goes catchable height through point, they look absolute numpties here. He's got no right being there. Northampton need 302 to win. It's not there to protect the score, but I just don't really understand it. Run down off an open face by Karen Nair. The back of a length ball. It's going to go for 4 now. It's nicely played and brings up Karen Nair's 50. Yeah, well batting.
Well batting indeed. Got a goldie, didn't he, in the first innings with an absolute brute from Marchant Delanga. He's been tested in this innings of 52, but he's doing exactly what his county need him to do. He's picking up where his captain left off. He's proving to be a steady force at the moment. And I've given him the armband in my fantasy team, so I could do with him just staying out there to the end of the day.
Yeah, well done, sir. There was a conversation between Shaw and Van Buren about that cover boundary fielder, and Shaw wasn't sure about him. They did have an exchange. Shaw is cross. He's not happy with the way he started this over, and I don't think he's happy that his captain's not listening to him about that fielder either. But he's certainly got a very stern look on his face as he comes back to the end of his run. This is the last ball he's about to deliver of his first over with the new ball from the Lynn Wilson end. And he will want to, and he's likely to bowl a better ball than any of the other 5. And he does. He bowls a nice ball, threatening the off bail, but it's well defended, comfortably defended by Karen Nair. He finishes the over on 52. Not only has it been an attractive 52, it's been a brave 52 as well. Before lunch, got a very nasty blow on the helmet. The ball that he ducked into really from Marchand Delanga. There was a significant break in play whilst he was checked over. He continued. Then the lunch break came at the end of that over, and we did wonder whether he'd reappear. He has reappeared, and he's moved on to 52. The partnership is 76. This is proving so far to be a very valuable partnership. The new ball is 2 overs old. Northants want to get that number to 20-25 for the loss of 4 wickets, and then they will start to think, we could do this. We could get through this. Delanga will have other thoughts.
Yeah, it's interesting that Delanga, with his field here, has got 4 slips, a gully. That fielder at backward point is in on what would be, on the 1, basically. Josh Shaw, on the other hand, the swing bowler, 3 slips, a man out on the deep cover boundary. I did wonder whether they were just saying to Carrion, take 1 and we'll have a bowl at Bartlett, but not quite sure why you would with the first
ball. You're not using the new ball. Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. Well, that's nicely driven. Invited the drive from George Bartlett. He didn't time it entirely, but he got enough of it. He's going to pick up 3 through the vacant mid-off area. Nicely played. Another thump into the back of the new ball, just making it a little older all the time. This is a massively important spell here from Marchand Delanga. This next 2 to 3 overs from both ends, really, with the new ball, hugely important. Northants desperate to get through this unscathed. Oh, that's not unscathed. That's going to be out. It's not out.
Wow.
It bounced off the length. It's trapped Karen Nair's thumb, I think, against his bat handle. It flew up square of the wicket on the offside. And I think it's Tom Price, who was at fifth slip gully, got around to his right, ran as fast as he could. DeLang, we see on the replay, jumping up and down, thinks he's going to get there, he's going to reach that, he's going to get a hand under it, and he just escapes his grasp. This is a great angle to see. Off he sets. It's in the air, it's in the air, it's on the floor.
Yeah, that's really hurt Karen Nair as well. The reaction was, I'm walking off here. The second it hit the ground, he dropped that cricket bat where he left it, and he's getting a bit more treatment from the Northants physio and possibly some painkillers there as well. That's
hurt him.
He's got 52. He's certainly going to know he's been in a cricket game, isn't he, by the time the end of this day comes about.
It's the second time he's been hit there as well, actually. So, I look at this. This is how you respond to that. Yes, it hurt him, and the adrenaline will be flowing. He'll be feeling very hot. His hand will be stinging. And he's saying, I'm hurting, but I'm here. I'm back at the stumps. He's back ready to face up before the physio gets off the field. There's a bit of, we talked about body language earlier, and positive and negative body language. That's pretty positive. I thought that was going to be caught. It looped in the air for so long. It's probably the only spot that it could have landed when none of the fielders could reach it. Good aggressive fast bowling from DeLang. But it was an attempted bounce. I just got it a little bit wrong. Karen there practices a sort of a shovelly sweep. So his adrenaline is flying because he's doing things that he doesn't normally do. He's normally very quiet between deliveries.
I know we normally have the speed gun here at Wantage Road, don't we? Which isn't available today, unfortunately. But I'd love to know the numbers behind these deliveries from Marchant. Wow.
He's left that for 4. It was banged in. It didn't really bounce. It skidded at Karen Nair. He was looking to sway inside the line. Left his bat face open, and the ball hit the bat face. Luckily, it hit the bat face and flew over the slips. It was as Kyle Kurtzer, formerly Northants player, would say, that was an accidental skill. And it's an accidental skill for 4, which won't make Marchant DeLang any happier.
It just looks like a horrible experience, doesn't it, facing up against
it's good though, isn't it?
DeLang at the moment. It's proper cricket.
You know, people talk about county trundlers and the old people's nursing home, the second division. Come and have a go if you think you can, because this is tough. And Karen Nair is very tough. Look at that. Get in behind that. That's fantastic batting. I'm loving this contest.
I was going to say, for those of you that have tuned into the stream today, and for those of us that have made our way into the ground as well, this is it's a privilege, really, isn't it? Watching these two go toe to toe against one another. Test match cricketer Karen Nair, test match 100, Marchant DeLang, international honours for South Africa. Probably is. It's hard, really, to think many names that would be quicker than Marchant DeLang in the championship in both divisions.
Yeah, no, that's right.
On a pitch that's just providing a little bit of variable bounce, isn't it, for DeLang in particular, coming down the hill from the David Capel end.
Absolutely.
And it's tough. I can feel my adrenaline going up.
Yeah, me too.
I'm about 100 yards away.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's good. It's good. This will bring the crowds back. I said earlier, Dr. Bill has entered the arena. Bill Ribbons, Dr. Bill Ribbons. I think Professor Bill Ribbons, to give him his full title. Thanks to Alex Berry for furnishing that information to me. That's a strangle down the leg side. What a death that is. Oh, that's very, very unlucky from George Bartlett. A nothing delivery, a misdirected ball, just wandering down the leg side. He's entitled to try and glance that ball. He's got a tiny little thin nick on it. And caught by James Bracey, the keeper. Pretty comfortable catch going away to his left. And George Bartlett, as soon as the ball passed him, you knew he'd got bat on it. His shoulders slumped. He looked at his shoes and he's got to wander off. And that is a very sad dismissal. It's the second kind of freaky dismissal of the three that we've seen today. And that could be a very important one, because this second new ball is still only 3 overs old, as Saif Zaib comes to join Karen Nair. Said earlier that if Northampton can get through 20-25 overs of this new ball unscathed, they will think they've got a great sniff, and they haven't managed to do that. It was an unconventional dismissal. It was a poor delivery, and Josh Shaw will be the first to confirm that, but he'll be also saying, yeah, it's out. It doesn't matter how it's out, it's out. George Bartlett can count himself a little bit unlucky, to be honest. He has been a little shaky, but he's been there. He had been there quite a long time, at 80 odd balls, and that's just unfortunate. It happens. You see it up and down the country once or twice in every round of games. Someone will be strangled down the leg side, and this time it was George Bartlett for 42.
Yeah, and those kind of dismissals, well, as you said, they happen, and those kind of deliveries will happen as well in 83 overs of cricket. Josh Shaw's been pretty immaculate throughout the course of the game, and kind of from a bowler's perspective, which I'm certainly not, but you deserve those, don't you, really, after you've toiled away and you've worked hard on a pitch that's not offered you as much as what some of your counterparts had. And he's done well. He deserves a wicket. Northamptonshire and George Bartlett will be gutted, absolutely. Saif Zaib is in at number 7, obviously 1 place down on the card because of George Scrimshaw's role as the night watchman. He struggled against Marchant Delang, didn't he?
He did.
In the first innings.
He did indeed. I'm
sure the arrival of Saif Zaib, as positive as a cricketer as he is, and he played a nice defensive innings in that first dig against Zafar Gohar, Gloucester will be excited. But it's not impossible to start on this pitch.
No, it's not at all. No, absolutely. I think I've thought about Mother Cricket. Mother Cricket rewards you over a period of time. You do enough of the right things, do enough of the basic things well, then Mother Cricket is on your side. And I think there's a Mother Cricket element to that dismissal, because Gloucestershire have bowled very well, and in general, and plugged away, toiled away, particularly yesterday when the wicket wasn't offering anything. And as they probably earned a little bit of luck, and they got that luck, but they could, they took that chance as well. You could easily say, and this would be fair comment, that Karen Nair had a bit of luck in the previous over when the ball hit the shoulder of the bat, trapped his thumb against the bottom of the bat handle around that kind of area. It flew a bit. Any other day goes to one of the close fielders, and on this day it escaped. So a bit of bad rub of the green there for Gloucestershire.
That very next ball as well, that was, as you said, the accidental skill, the leave over the slip cord. And I mean, that could have gone anywhere, couldn't it, as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it swings and roundabouts. And generally over 4 days, the luck evens itself out. Mm-hmm. And what is for certain that over 4 days, if there's a positive result, then the better team will have won, which is one of the pleasing things about cricket, which is not true of football. I know you're a football follower, but very often the better team don't manage to win at football, which is bizarre.
Certainly some of the fans would convince you that way anyway, wouldn't they? But it is definitely the case, isn't it, on occasion?
It is. A nice channel ball, nice carry through to James Bracey. Shaw bounding in. Didn't look altogether happy with his first over with the new ball. He was a bit wayward in line and length, but he looks back on it now. Wicket just picks everyone up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed. If it didn't have a little bit of a pick-me-up with the arrival of that second new ball, certainly the wicket of Bartlett will perk everybody up from Gloucestershire. As I said at the start of the day, Rowie, there's something big is going to happen today, whichever way round this game decides to go, whether it's Northamptonshire bat out for for the draw and get a result from this game, which would be massively impressive from the position they found themselves in at the end of each team's first innings. Or obviously, and what's looking much more likely at this stage of the game is Gloucestershire win in the county championship for the first time since September 2022.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for them, isn't it? A great opportunity. They have got a minimum of 55 overs with which to remove the remaining 5 Northamptonshire wickets. The sooner they get this guy out, Karen Nair, they'll think the better. That's interesting. Marchand Delang almost telling his slips not to bother appealing for that. I think that's when his left hand went out very quickly, palm up, saying no.
Yeah. How many Marchand bowled? This is just starting his 3rd over. I mean, it's felt like a long time since lunch, isn't it? From a Northamptonshire perspective. It
kind of feels like he's bowled every over.
I'm sure it's flown by for Gloucestershire, but my word, these 2 overs have taken an age.
Well played. That's very well played. There's a lovely conversation between Karen Nair and Marchand Delang. And Nair played that well. It bounced again. There is a spot there. And it bounced again. And Nair quickly got his bottom hand off the bat this time. Played it one-handed into the leg side. And as he was running through, there was a very friendly, nice exchange. Oh, that's bounced. And Delang said, yeah. Or words to that effect.
Along those lines.
It was all very friendly. So Saif Zaib, he was got out. He was worked over, really, in the first innings by Delang. He was relentless in the channel from round the wicket, held his line and length immaculately, and eventually got Saif Zaib to nick one. He went past the outside a number of times before that. Saif will want to line up a little bit better than he did in the first innings. Oh, he gets a brute of a delivery first up. That's gas. It's a little bit shorter than the one that got him out. It was a little bit quicker than the one that got him out as well, but he drew the hands inside the line. It's well played. Very well played.
I'm very much sat here from a Northants perspective going, I wonder how many Marchand can bowl here at this pace. I'm thinking 5, 6. Could he push 6?
I think he's got a big heart as well, hasn't he? He can dig deep. He will dig deep. That's a nice length ball. Just got his line slightly wrong. You know, he's running bowling sort of 85 miles an hour. It's very, very high skill to land that ball exactly where you're trying to land it every time. But he's not been far off most of the time. I think this is as well in a match, in the total game, that I've seen him bowl live. Marchand Delang, he's been very impressive.
Yeah, very much so.
Gloucestershire's hopes rest on, not entirely just on Marchand Delang, but if he can remove Karen Nair in particular, or either of these two really, but Karen Nair's the big scalp they want. What they actually want, you know, Gloucestershire, ideally they want Delang firing when the tail are in. In order to get there, they've got to get these 2 out. He also is the best option they've got for getting either of these 2 out as well. Not the only option by any means, but the main one.
Well, every ball feels like an event, doesn't it, with Marchand? And I know that's a bit of a cliche as well. Well, I think it might be a catchphrase used by some competition that not many people like. I don't know. But it genuinely does feel like everything could happen each time Marchand gets to the end of his mark, doesn't it? Do you think that's, with the response there, do you think that's him done for a little bit?
I don't know. No, I'm not sure. What I did notice, well, I think that is firstly to back up your comment there. There's nothing mundane here, is there? Every ball is an event. I know that, as you say, that is a bit of a cliche, but it is absolutely what we are watching. Every ball is a real live, meaningful event. That's fantastic. And the standard cricket is fantastic. It's great. Also, Josh Shaw, who's now slowed everything down by doing his boot up, sprinted to the end of his run-up to start that over. The Gloucestershire are getting round quick, as they say. There is a minimum of 54 overs. They're going to try and make sure that it is more than that that they have available to them. They won't want to bowl that many because they want to be off celebrating and getting back across to Bristol. but that is a little way off yet. Northants have got something to say about that. His left shoe, his left boot, Josh Shaw, is now intact. He's had a bit of problem with that during the morning, but it's now ready to go with it. He's going to be bowling to Karen Nair, who's on 57. And he's going to be on 59 at the end of this delivery. He looks like the ball swung a little bit. It was very full. Josh Shaw giving it every chance to swing if it wanted to. I think it wanted to very late. It was so full that although it swung, it still got most of Karen Nair's bat. It squirted away out on the offside for a couple.
Yeah, Nair indicated there, didn't he, with his hand on the completion of the second run that it moved away from him. Didn't time it. Kind of trundled off into a very vacant offside field.
Well, that's well played. Didn't really bounce that one. It sort of slowly came off the pitch. And Karen Nair held the line of the ball. It got the outer half of the bat, but no great risk, no great drama. Brings Safe Zabe back onto strike. Karen Nair has made his way to 60. This is gutsy. It won't surprise you to know that I like gutsy cricketers. And you don't always associate elegance with gutsiness, do you?
No, I think that's a fair comment.
You always associate elegance with Karen Nair. But what we're seeing here, what is absolutely obvious to anyone who's seen this, is that he is extremely gutsy as well. What a great combination of things to have. Round the wicket, Josh Shaw. He's got the ball to start swinging. That one swung, and it was going to swing into the base of leg stump had Safe Zabe not intervened. He chopped down on it nicely. I think he kind of lined it up, saw it all the way. But a good bit of bowling.
Safe Zabe's now faced 10 balls without scoring. Wouldn't be my first choice of cricketer to be or nothing for a while.
Yeah, don't go pushy. Don't go pushy. Let it come to you, Safe Zabe. Oh, he goes a little bit pushy. Firm-footed, firm-wristed push at a very full ball. Josh Shaw hates cricket right now as he walks back looking up to the heavens. It was a thick inside edge from Safe Zabe. He didn't really move his feet. He's practicing with doing that now. So he recognises that he didn't really move his feet, but he got a thick edge on it and he gets off the mark. So he'll be happy to have got off the mark. He won't be happy with the way that he got off the mark. Good bit of bowling again, though, from Josh Shaw. Willing to get the ball up there to see it swing. It has started to swing. Didn't swing initially. The lacquer's probably going a little bit from one side of the ball. He's attempted to swing that ball from leg stump. It doesn't come back from there. Karen Nair times it nicely to mid-on for a single.
Wowie, that breeze just picked up, didn't it?
It did indeed.
Just turn the effects mic down a little bit. So apologies if you're not hearing much from out in the middle at the moment. Let's see if I can risk it. If I look out at the flags, it's still there, isn't it?
Yeah, the flags are a-fluttering, aren't they?
They certainly are. So I think there's plenty of weather over towards the West Country at the moment, which is, I believe there might be a shower in Northampton tonight. So obviously being blown this way.
Yeah, the forecast's a shambles for tomorrow, isn't it?
Top ball to finish the over. Rowie, so we've had about an hour. We've had just over an hour, haven't we, since lunch? I asked you. Well, I'm asking you hour by hour as it goes through. So I need to borrow your pen again, sir. I'm going to put a 0 down as a percentage under the Northants banner. Give me your Gloucester and your draw for hour 3.
So where was I before? 83?
83-17.
And we've lost a wicket since then. I'm where I was.
Same. No change.
Yeah.
It's just interesting because depending on where this game obviously goes, just curious really as to see kind of how that might fluctuate as the day goes on. So it started after the first hour 75-25 in favour of Gloucestershire, 25 on the draw, and then hour 2 moved to 83-17.
If these two are here in an hour, expect that number to drop significantly there. Yeah. Because the ball will be an hour older. And so will we. There's a thought.
Yeah. I mean, if Marchand's going to bowl for an hour, not many better places to be spending that hour, I don't think. From the safety of the commentary box.
Here's a question, Dan.
Yeah.
Would you like to be out there now facing Karen? No, facing Marchand de Lang?
Can I answer that in a different way?
Yeah.
Relatively speaking,
Yep.
yes. If I faced up against my equivalent of Marchand de Lang, 100%, I would want to be there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to face Marchand de Lang.
Where's that gone?
Straight up in the air.
Pace changes things. Marchand de Lang has changed things very significantly with that wicket. It was a banged in ball. It didn't quite climb as high as he wanted it to. Karen Nair had earlier swayed his body out of the way and left the bat face open and run the ball over the slips. He shaped to do exactly the same, and then at the last minute twitched and played a very difficult shot to describe, really. Just basically hit the ball with no real intent. It went up, and it went up where the fielder could converge on it. It was caught sort of in the traditional mid-wicket position at the end. We see it on replay now. That's a sad end to what was a great effort from Karen Nair. He'll be disappointed with his mode of dismissal there. What he shouldn't be disappointed with is his effort, his gutsiness, his skill. 92 balls. He got a sickening blow on the helmet just before lunch. He came back out after lunch, got a horrible blow on the hand. The ball ballooned up and could have been caught. It wasn't. Didn't quite look the same after that. But Marchand de Lang possesses that quality, and that quality is pace, and directed pace at that. It was well directed. It was a well-directed ball. It caused Karen Nair trouble earlier in his innings, the very same ball, and that time he just played a bit of a twitch at it rather than playing the shot he'd played previously, or in fact letting it go through. Just decided to twitch at that for reasons he probably won't even know, and the ball ballooned up onto the leg side and was caught by Josh Shaw. And you could hear from the celebrations quite how important that wicket is. We said earlier in the day that there'll be certain benchmarks here that are important, and the new ball was the most important of those things. The new ball is now 6.2 overs old, but has accounted for 2 Northants wickets in that time.
Yeah, it was a peculiar bit of cricket, wasn't it? It was the way the position that Karen Nair ended up in kind of indicated the fact that the ball kind of stopped on him and it didn't actually get there.
Yeah.
Whether it has kind of just gripped into the pitch slightly more than what he was expecting or not, I don't know. But as you said, how you'd end up, if you had to describe that, and I know we've obviously got the benefit of the pictures here and we don't have to do that for radio listeners, but if you had to describe that for a radio listener that didn't have the pictures, I think you'd really struggle.
I don't know what I'd say. It would take me 5 minutes to confuse everyone with what happened.
Because I'm not 100% convinced I knew what he was trying to do with it.
Well, so no, I'm not. No. But I'm going to try and sort of talk it through and see if I can work it out. The ball was banged in. He would have thought that will go through about chest height. And he was looking to sway his top half out of the way, hands in close to his waist and let the ball go through. Exactly the same as he had in the previous over. As in the previous over, the ball didn't bounce exactly how he thought it was. In the previous over, it skidded a bit and he then let the ball hit the face of the bat and ran over the slips 2 bounces before. This one sort of stopped in the wicket a little bit and was almost ballooning, sort of tennis ball-y by the time it reached him. And he flipped, it almost played it with the bat vertically, with the toe of the bat almost upright. Almost like a kind of tennis shot, like a swat, a very slow swat. I don't know, had he hit the ball in the middle of the bat, I don't know where it would have gone. But I suspect nor does he. It was, pace makes you do strange things. But I'm not going to criticise Karen Nair. I'm going to praise him because I thought he played bloody well and very bravely as well. Yes, that was a bit of a twitch at the end, but he'd got hit around the body, nastily hit in the head. And he was still out there battling for his team. Anyway, that's gone. He's gone. Out there now battling for his team is Lewis McManus. with Safe Zaib. Safe Zaib's on 1, Lewis McManus is on 0. So they've got to get themselves in. That's the first job. Get yourselves in. The good news, if there's not a lot of good news around for Northamptonshire. The slightly good news is that Marchand de Lang is well into his spell. He can't continue for a great deal longer at this pace. Anyway, that's a quick delivery. That would have smashed into the stumps, but Lewis McManus defended it nicely. That's the end of Marchand de Lang's 18th over, 5 of which have been maidens, 2 for 47. And the new ball has proved to be what we thought it was, as important as we thought it would. And actually also what I thought might happen is an early bowl with the newish ball for Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, well, he's got the left-handed Safe Zaib on strike, and Safe, with all of his aggression and attacking prowess and the shots that he possesses, first innings on day 2, he really struggled, didn't he? I think he tried to play that rearguard action for Northants and just ended up being bowled at.
Yes,
by Zafar Gohar. There's a replay of that shot, and it's almost looked like Karen there. I think, as you say, he looks like he's tried to sway underneath it. The bat's kind of stayed where it is. It's not bounced as much as what he thought, and ended up kind of almost trying to swat it down and just sending it straight up. I guess what you could be described as the chimney, I guess, and
he's hit it up the chimney. Yeah.
But this is going to be interesting, Rowie. Not only because it's the quality of Zafar Gohar with the new ball, but a left-handed Safe Zaib, and with how he played him in that first innings. I don't think Northants and Safe Zaib can have Safe play the way he did in that first innings again here. I think I'd much rather... obviously, the context here is Northants. You've got to dig in, you've got to bat through, and I want to see Safe try and score. I don't want to see him reverse sweeping him for 6 or anything like that, but I don't want to see Safe Zaib just blocking out maidens here.
No, I mean, you've got to know what your strengths are, haven't you? What I like to talk to young players about is do your thinking before you get out there. Because when you get out there, your brain's going to be, you only focus on the ball. You want to know how you're going to go about your work before you get out there. Don't try and work it out in the middle. And Safe Zaib will have given some thought to that, and he'd have had some conversations with other of the left-handers, probably with Karen Nair, who's probably the best player of spin, with Luke Proctor, the captain, as well. Just gently, just how you seeing it, Proc, out of that rough? And Proc will say, get across the stumps, maybe just get outside the line. That may or may not be open to Safe Zaib. It might be something he's comfortable doing, might not. But this is where, as a young player, you're piecing these things together. And yeah, Proc said he'd play it like that. Karen Nair said he'd play it like that. They're totally opposite. But what are they doing? What can I do? Okay. And you may practice that in the nets, and you developing your game, your options all the time. Well, the best players have, of course. They have more options than other players. Safe Zaib is a good player, and he has options, one of which will be to play cross bat shots to sweep and reverse sweep. The problem he's got is that the ball is only 7.2 overs old, so there's still a bit of bounce in it. And that means if you do play cross bat shots at the top edge and the gloves come into play more so than if the ball's 30, 40 overs old. And that's exactly why Zafar Gohar has been given the ball so new, is because he'll get more bounce with it. So it's a good bit of captaincy from Van Buren. Oh, and that ball does bounce, but it beats Safe Zaib on the outside edge. The conversation between Martin Saggers and the captain, Van Buren, I think that's something to do with the clock. I don't know if the clock has stopped. I saw the umpire looking at his watch earlier. That ball has turned very slowly. Slowly did it turn, in fact, that Safe Zaib, in trying to knock it into the leg side, was a bit early on it, and it did carry for a little while, but was never in real danger of reaching Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. Yeah, nice single down the ground. Takes Safe Zaib to 3, gets him off strike. So again, we've seen Zafar Gohar not hitting the rough area. He's been a little short in his length and a little too straight. And from a Northants perspective, long may that continue. I don't think it will continue for that long. He's too good a bowler. His first bowl at McManus gets right forward. That's a big stride forward, looking to cover any chance of any movement, but also looking to get his front pad outside the line of off stump, so that if he does miss the bat, the contact with the pad is outside off stump and shouldn't be given out LBW.
Yeah, these two play good games of cricket, don't they? Northampton and Gloucestershire against one another.
They do.
Last met July 22. I think I spoke about this on day one, didn't I? But for those that are just kind of tuning in, Northants were the victors that day. They went on to win the game by 2 wickets in a run chase, which Zafar Gohar took Pfeiffer in. Van Buren, 127 not out in the second innings.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. A pretty delivery, actually. I'm going to change lanes there. Nicely bowled in that. It did pitch and leave the left-hander, but it left him from about 6 stump. So maybe a pretty delivery. Sort of delivery that you want to get as a batter. Just watching it go past. How many balls in this spell has Delang got left, I wonder?
Yeah, this is his 5th over. And he asked a lot of questions of Saib.
He did.
In Northants' first innings, and eventually contributed to the demise of Saib. Well, brought about his demise, actually caught behind by James Bracey. But it felt like it was coming, didn't it?
Wasn't it? And it was a good bit of bowling, that. High quality fast bowling, that was. It's good to see. I'm enjoying the contest. Well played, Saib upon tiptoe. Was banged in by Delang upon tiptoe, Saib. To defend that with a very straight bat. 50.3 overs, 4 wickets required. Can Northampton get out of here alive?
It's these two, isn't it? Really and truly, Sanderson and Siddharth cool. With Liam Patterson-White as well. Patterson-White, a very aggressive cricketer.
Yeah, I just saw the umpire having a little look at the back foot landing there of Marchand Delang. I think, if I'm honest, I think Neil Bainton has missed one there, because I think his back foot did cross the return crease, but Neil did have a little look at it. He'll be aware of it. Next time he might put his arm out.
I think, again, the last thing Northampton would want to do is face another one.
Just as long as it doesn't clatter into the stumps.
Also true.
Yeah. 2 balls of this over remaining. Just been slightly offline so far. That one's online, and Safe has nicked it. It's a great bit of bowling. I'm just saying he'd got his line slightly too wide, that over. That one was absolutely on the money. It pitched, it left Safe. Replay will tell me, but I think he kind of followed the movement a little bit. I think he twitched. I think we'll see his hands go towards the movement. Well, very slightly. Actually, it's just a great bit of bowling. Great line, great length, great pace, great movement, great bowling.
It's been so good. It's been so good. Delang's got his 3rd. He's 3 for 47. He's bowled. This is his 19th over of the innings. For a guy that steams in and bowls high 80s, 19 overs of high quality, high pace seam bowling for Gloucestershire, and they now need just 3 wickets to win here at Wantage Road. And dare I say it, I reckon Marchant's probably just got one more in his legs there as well, don't you?
Well, that's not going to encourage him to give the ball back, is it? That's for sure. What's he got? 3 for? He's thinking another 2, and I've got 10 in the match. Let's look at this on replay. That's just that is a carbon copy, I think, of the first innings. From this end, you just see a gap between Safe's bat and pad. So he's just played slightly away from the body, and that's all you need to do. Make a slight mistake at that pace. It can be catastrophic, and it was catastrophic. So the new ball is not even 9 overs old, has accounted for 3 wickets. We knew it would be a key factor in determining the outcome of this game. There's still cricket to play, but so far, as we stand right now, it does look as though the new ball, and it's not just the new ball, it's the way that the new ball has been used, particularly by Marchand de Lang, is going to make the significant difference in the result of this match. The last ball of his 19th over is to Liam Patterson-White, and he just about got under that one. I think I had a sharp intake of breath there. I thought it was going to collect him at one point, but he just got under it. Well bowled, Marchand de Lang. 19 overs, 6 maidens. That one was a wicket maiden, 3 for 47. And it's great to see aggressive, fast bowling. It's by no means is it a lightning wicket, but he has extracted anything that's there. He has found, and when it's not there, he's made it happen with hostility, aggression, skill, pace, control, heart, all of the ingredients you want in your fast bowler. This guy's got them.
It's a good observation by our friend Alex on the dismissal of safe save. Just noted that Luke Proctor ran drinks out to Lewis McManus. Don't know whether you spotted that out the window or not, but
after the dismissal, I didn't spot that. What's that telling us?
Well, I was going to ask you the same question.
Don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. I like it. I mean, yeah, if nothing else, captain wants to get involved and get out there, support his troops by actually, visibly being present out there. Quite like that. As I look up at the balcony, I don't see any Northants presence on the balcony. It is a bit of a bugbear of mine, balcony presence. That one has gone to the boundary from Liam Patterson-White. It was a short ball. It was a drag down ball, and Patterson-White gets off the mark with a nice back foot drive for 4. But yeah, the captain has obviously got a message he wants to impart and has decided he's not going to trust the 12th man with it. I'm going to get out there myself. I don't mind that at all.
How do you think Patterson-White plays here as well? Natural game?
A version of it.
Yeah.
I think he is a very aggressive player. Oh, that's close. That is very close. Oh, seen those given. Double teapot from the bowler who's still standing on the wicket. I think he's got to be careful with his reaction there. Oh, crikey. That's close, isn't it?
It's close, isn't it? There's that back leg in front of some stumps.
I mean, in terms of where that ball impacts the pad, it's how much. The question is for me, how much of the ball is inside the line of the stump and how much of it's outside. But it's very, very close. Very, very close. Had there been a silly point, Patterson-White is just walking off being caught silly point because he squeezed that one onto his front pad. There is no silly point. That is silly in its own right that there isn't one. James Bracey's got his hands on his head. He's communicating to me, why the heck haven't we got a silly point?
Well,
which is a fair question.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar got Patterson-White, didn't he, in the first innings, kind of padding one up outside off stump, not playing a shot.
And now we've got a silly point.
Have you played this game before, have you?
I mean, Graham Van Buren's been slow on a number of occasions. Now he doesn't want to be accused of chasing the ball. I don't know how that ball gets to leg slip, by the way.
Well, hopefully we weren't just about to find out, and we didn't.
You can have both.
You can. I mean, yeah, there's 3 wickets are required. There's inside 50 overs left minimum in the day, and you've got 278 runs to play with.
You got a guy who padded up,
and
was given out LBW in the first innings. Why on earth you haven't got a silly point?
I mean, there was a fielder out at deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
We said Patterson-White's a very attacking cricketer who plays a very attacking game. Is it a wicket-taking position that they think Patterson-White's going to play kind of the slog sweep and get caught holing out on the boundary?
You want him to play that shot, don't you?
I would say yes.
Rather than block it up, leave it open, put that guy at silly point. I mean, he's also hard hands, isn't he? He bats number 8, 9 for a reason. He's hard hands. He's an aggressive, pugnacious batter. Anyway, we're being a little bit wise after the event. De Lange is in. bowling a quick delivery again to Lewis McManus. He turns it off his hip. I think they're going to pick up 3. The ball goes almost all the way out to the boundary, just stops 5 yards short of the boundary. Josh Shaw has hurt himself in fielding that ball. Is it cramp or is it a pull? I think it might be crampy rather than anything else. Josh Shaw chased the ball out to the boundary, picked it up, and then hobbled for about 10 or 15 yards. He's still hobbling a bit. He's got his hands on his knees. He's okay. He's jumping up and down. I thought initially there was a hamstring or a calf gone, but it's not that. He'll know exactly what those injuries feel like, and he's happily continuing. Round the wicket, continuing, is Marchand de Lang, and the pugnacious, aggressive, punchy Liam Patterson-White gives himself a little bit of room outside leg stump, plays a beautiful drive through the offside for 4.
If attack is his best defence, it's got to be the way to go, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're going to, as I say, he was given out LBW padding up against Zafar Gohar in the first innings. He certainly isn't going to want to do that twice. And if the best way for him to be successful and for him to be there at whatever time of the evening it will be tonight, if it was to go that far, is to play cricket shots, then play cricket shots.
Agreed. Chris Tremaine, I was talking to Chris Tremaine about this kind of stick or twist kind of thing. Chris Tremaine, interesting, he said, mate, you choose your poison.
Yeah.
Apart from he said it in an Australian accent.
Oh, my word.
An attempted Yorker. In fact, it was a Yorker. It was attempted and succeeded Yorker from De Lange. He didn't deliberately attempt to do the Fosbury flop. He ended up face down in the middle of the pitch. But that didn't disturb Liam Patterson-White from watching that ball all the way and trapping it under his bat. It was a very good Yorker. And again, goes to show the control, the accuracy that Marchand de Lang has bowled with in this match.
Yeah, into his 6th over of the spell. 2 for 21.
Bouncer coming. Just a banged in ball. Geez, that hit the bat hard, didn't it?
It really did, didn't it?
It's like a rifle.
Just as I say, because it's so windy, we've just had to turn that effects mic down a little bit, but you could still pick it up.
We've got Luke Proctor on the balcony with a bib on.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of the T20 staff in today, isn't there? And I think I spotted a lot of them.
There's a second team practice, isn't there?
Wandered around having a hit in the cage. So
yes. Okay, so let's just cover that in a sec. Where's that gone?
Cool, blimey, that's gone like a tracer bullet. Picked it up off his hip. He's kind of swiveled on that back of a length, and Patterson-White has nailed it for what's frozen rope, 1 bounce for behind square on the leg side.
So yeah, I'm aware. I've just remembered I'm aware there's a practice this afternoon for the guys not involved in this game, and for some second teamers. Pretty much anyone who's on the staff who's not involved in this game is practicing with Graham White, the second team coach. And in order to release the 12th man to go and join that practice and work on his skills, the captain, Luke Proctor, said, give me the bib, you go and have a practice. Love that. That's leadership, isn't it? So that's why he ran the drink out, because Freddie Heldrick is having a twirl.
Yeah, well, he'll be looking forward to the start of the white ball summer, won't he? Freddie? Who is that up there with him? That's Ben Sanderson, isn't it?
It is.
To the right? I can't pick out under the cap. I think that might be Jack White that's just come through.
Yeah, Jack White had a bowl at lunchtime. I had a little look at that.
Good to see him about. Rob Keogh, George tells me.
Yeah, it's got a look of Rob Keogh. Yeah, that's because it is Rob Keogh. But what isn't Rob Keogh is Zafar Gohar. They're very different people. Zafar Gohar is going to continue. He's bowled 24 overs. He's wicketless so far. Going to be bowling at Lewis McManus. Brings him forward. Turns it into the leg side. There's no thought of a run, no chance of a run.
Surely Marchand's not bowling 7 straight here, is he?
Well, he just got hit for 4, didn't he? I think he might want 1 more. I don't know. Would you give him 1 more?
I would.
I'd do whatever he wanted, really, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty much. I would bowl him until he didn't want to bowl anymore.
And this guy loves bowling as well. Zafar Gohar. Well, that's a beautiful cricket shot. we've said numerous times, it may be getting a bit dull particularly for Gloucester fans, that Zafar Gohar hasn't got his line right really in this innings. His line again was too straight into middle and leg stump, but that was timed beautifully from McManus through mid wicket for 4. I mean, that's a shot that you generally just push in there. You get 1. You know you're going to get 1. You time it well, you get 2. That has absolutely raced to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's flown, isn't it? It's timed it really nicely. Van Buren gave up on it pretty quick. Didn't look to try and chase it down.
He's got a nice bit of wood in his hand there. What's the response from Gohar? The response is to bowl it slightly slower. That has helped him with his line. He gets more over the top of the ball, gets more skin on the ball, just the right amount, and gets his line right. He just wants to be doing that with a little bit more pace. That's his ideal. Nicely judged by the quite short McManus. He can pick up length pretty quickly. Sees the gap between the hand and the ball earlier than a taller man would do, so he can judge the length. Decided to go back and play that one off the back foot. Played it well. This one again is on the back foot.
It will feel like a weight lifted, won't it, for Northamptonshire if Marchant doesn't continue after this. I think I've just seen Ajit Singh Dale below us rolling the shoulders over.
Yes.
Could obviously lead to a couple of things, couldn't it? A bit of lapse in concentration to think, oh, blimey, thank goodness we've got through that. We've seen, well, we haven't exactly seen off those 6 overs, but we won't have to see him again. It is going to be Ajit Singh Dale. He's taken the jumper off. So Marchant Delang's spell after lunch, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. Those wickets of Karen Nair for 61 and Saif Zaib for 3. I tell you, honestly, Rory, that is as good of a spell of fast bowling as I've seen at Wantage Road in my very, very short tenure up here. It's been probably up there with some of the best fast bowling I've seen live, I think, in the...
Yeah.
And I know, well, it's a bit of recency bias, but genuinely, I think it's right there.
I agree. It doesn't get much better than that. It does not get much better than that.
No. Can Ajit Singh Dale back him up, though? He is replacing Marchant at the David Capel ends. If he needed any advice or motivation or inspiration to do what he needs to do from this end, then Marchant's on hand to provide the wisdom. I think he probably knows what the blueprint should be, shouldn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's been, I mean, I will slightly caveat. Oh,
gone. And the bowling change has worked. It's gone straight through Patterson White. Patterson White's indicating it's a bit lower, but I think it's beaten him for pace more than anything else. It's gone straight through him and he's gone for 12.
It has done him for pace. Absolutely done him for pace. I didn't see the ball pitch, but it has absolutely done him for pace. Let's have a look at it. No, it's done him for pace. He's not lined the ball up particularly well. Singh Dale has been so accurate. He's been stumps, and stumps are everywhere there. Yeah, that was the ball didn't misbehave at all. I think it was just misjudged from Liam Patterson White. He didn't line up. When I say line up, really length up. He didn't pick the length of the ball at all. He didn't really pick the line of the ball at all. His stumps were clattered into. And that, I think, is the end of any hopes that Northants have of getting out of this game alive. They were very, very slim at that point, but now I think are extremely slim. There's still some hope. Yeah, but there are the best part of 47 overs to go. And, good reward there for Singh Dale. Good bowling change as well. Didn't give the... don't know what the conversation was. It may have been that Delanga has blown a gasket and that was that. But in any event... Singh Dale came on and first ball targeted the stumps. That will be his plan. So he's coming round the wicket. He'll be aware, all the players there will be aware that Patterson White generally stays a little bit leg side of the ball. That's what he does to free his arms up. He's a scoring batter. And that's the way he plays. But I'm going to be on the stumps. So it's all very well saying that. But that ball was top of off. That's where he wanted it to go. That's where it was. And he's been brilliant, I think. His accuracy in this match has been absolutely brilliant. So credit to him.
Yeah, picked up his second wicket of this innings. 2 for 65 now for the Gloucestershire seamer. As we said, the bowling change worked wonders. In at number 10 for Northamptonshire, the Indian overseas on debut, Siddharth Kool. He's got 4 slips. He's got a short leg, and he's got Ajit Singhdale and Gloucestershire needing 2 to win. And that's straying down the leg side. Siddharth Kool's going to be off the mark straight away with 4 down to fine leg. I think, as you said, Rowie, with the departure of Liam Patterson-White, Northants fans, I suspect, will be resigning this one down to a defeat to Gloucestershire. And Gloucestershire fans now, if you weren't believing before, should very much be believing in your team to pick up the points today at Wantage Road.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we'll talk about the result as and when it happens, I guess. But they've been good value for a win, that's for sure.
Absolutely right. Left alone by Siddharth. Umpire just making his way in from square leg. Is he having a conversation?
He's coming over because short leg's on the line, I think.
Gotcha. Well spotted. Conversation with the slip cordon as he makes his way through. 299 for 8. There are a minimum of 46.5 overs left in the day. Short ball. Pushed off the back foot. Fielded by Zafar Gohar at backward point. Covered a lot of ground. Put a big dive in to get onto that one to keep Siddharth on strike. Few patrons in the ground, aren't there, that have feel like it's just started to disperse as the day has gone on. To win for Gloucestershire. Well played by Siddharth. McManus wanted 1. The bowler said no, so we'll stay on strike. Fielder from short leg. Looks like he is just moving position. Short leg, is he going to go in here at gully with the helmet on? Very, very close.
Oh, yeah, he's there for the fend, isn't he?
Yeah. Very close gully. See if he can pick up the catch with that kind of, well, fend / rundown, isn't he? Siddharth getting himself outside the line of leg stump. That's solid in defence. End of the over. 93 now have been bowled. Northamptonshire 299 for 8. Pats on the back by James Bracey for Ajit Singhdale. I mean, what worked for Siddharth in that first innings was a bumper, wasn't it? A bumper, pitched up delivery, and done.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a similar tactic employed.
Zafar Gohar continues to operate from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Lewis McManus is going to have a short leg and a first slip for company. Quite keen Gloucestershire now at this point to give McManus 1 and bowl at Siddharth. Got fielders on the boundary. 2 on the leg side. 1 at a long leg. 1 at deep mid-wicket. Another 1 at deep cover point. Ajit Singhdale at mid-off is certainly offering the single. It's over-pitched and down the leg side. And they will allow McManus to take the single and bowl at Siddharth Kool. Will there be a change in the field? There should be. 300 up for Northamptonshire. Interesting, isn't it? Those boundary riders just kind of slowly making their way back into the piece. They weren't convinced, were they, of where they needed to be, and they've suddenly just got a bit of a shifty on, and they're going to get the slip cordon reinforced. They're going to get a second slip in there. I suppose they've got 46 overs. They don't need to be over-attacking just yet, and they don't need to at all, because it's gone straight through Siddharth with the arm through the defences of the Northants number 10. Siddharth Kaul has to go for 4. Zafar Gohar gets his first wicket of the second innings.
I've been saying all day that he's been drifting the ball into leg stump, and he won't be happy with that. And that one didn't drift into leg stump; it drifted into middle and off stump. And I mean, it just went through the gate, didn't it? It didn't do anything extraordinary. It carried on with the arm, went through the gate, and the rest is history. We can see both bails on the floor. We know how that happened. You see it from a slightly different angle. Pushes forward, hits the top and middle stump, and that's a bit of a tame end. But he's a number 10. He's number 10 for a reason. I did wonder whether Zafar Gohar was going to feature in the wickets column. He obviously has. Got the 9th wicket. Last night, as I was contemplating the game, I thought that Gohar would feature more heavily in the wickets column today with the turn that's been available to him. But that one he's got not with turn, but with accuracy. The left armer needs 2 balls, as Nick Cook used to say. Needs 2 balls, one that turns a bit and one that goes straight on. And that was the second of those, so it went straight on. It didn't turn a bit. Had it turned a bit, it would have hit Kaul's bat, but it didn't turn a bit. And he had a gap between bat and pad. The ball found its way through, and that's the end of him. It brings Ben Sanderson to the wicket. Northampton still needing 257 to win. That is not going to happen in a million playings of this game.
No, we've got another Gloucestershire fielder out there under the helmet. Short leg. Miles Hammond, that is going to come in at silly point. There's a first and second slip with the wicketkeeper in the cordon, and Zafar Gohar with the change of angle. Now Sanderson's on strike. The Northants number 11. He uses his feet. Gets off strike straight away. That's a easy bit of cricket, wasn't it, for Ben Sanderson? Down the other end, and McManus is going to get on strike as the Gloucestershire fielders vacate the region. Was there 2 balls left in this over? Must have been incredibly tempting to have just kept everybody in and around the bat for McManus there, chasing this final wicket, and what will be a really, really important win for Gloucestershire. It's gone on with the arm, and McManus has done well to dig that one out. An important win for the context of this season, an important win for the new head coach, an important win for the county as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. And apart from the fact that it's against Northamptonshire, I'm really pleased for all of those factors. But then you say it's against Northamptonshire, I'm not pleased, but I am pleased for all those other reasons. It's a nice county, nice lads, and they need a boost. They've had some difficult years, and good for them, and thoroughly deserved as well. It has to be said.
Yeah, as you said, I don't think that can be kind of understated. Really, I appreciate we're commentating on this from Northamptonshire. You're obviously the former assistant coach at Northamptonshire, clearly on the Northamptonshire payroll as well, providing this stream. And sometimes you kind of you don't get an impartial view. But Gloucestershire have been so well worth the position that they find themselves in this game. That 100 from Miles Hammond in the first innings, when the ball was doing all sorts against one of the best county seamers in recent times, Ben Sanderson. Siddharth Kaul, Indian overseas international cricketer, okay, in white ball, but bit of an unknown quantity as well. Not many people would have seen him bowl with a red ball before in Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond in particular came up with a plan against him and was successful. And it's gone. There's the moment. There's the celebration. Ajit Singh Dale gets the final wicket. Sanderson just has a poke at it through to James Bracey. And as you'd expect, Rowie, there are some significant celebrations going on for Gloucestershire. And as I just said a moment ago, they are well-worthy winners here at Wantage Road.
They've thoroughly deserved that win. They thoroughly deserve to be cuddling each other and slapping each other on the back. And let's hope there's a cold one waiting for them on the way off, courtesy of the coach, because they absolutely deserve that. Everything that you want to see in your cricket team, Gloucestershire did. They had intensity, they had clarity, they executed well, they responded well to any challenge that was put their way, and they did everything with high skill and real purpose for all 4 days. And they outplayed Northamptonshire in every department. To get a little bit more sort of detail behind that, if you want to talk about that, the game was won really. They were set up by the first innings. They were put in on the first morning on a green pitch and got over 409 all out. And there was the beginnings. That was the foundations of their win. That innings of 409, nobody saw that coming on that pitch. The ball was doing quite a lot for quite a long time. Northamptonshire will look back on that, I'm sure, when they review this game and think that they could have pitched the ball up more. They bowled a little bit too short, too frequently. They weren't at their best. That said, they were negated in their efforts by Miles Hammond with a lovely 100, played beautifully. And I don't want to underestimate the overseas Cameron Bancroft, who only got 50 in that innings, but batted for the morning session and batted when batting was its most difficult and took overs out of the game. What really then added insult to injury, having stuck the opposition in, was the ninth wicket partnership there between Shaw and Delanga, who got, I think, put on over 70 for that ninth wicket very, very quickly on that morning session, and took the game completely away from Northamptonshire, who then come out to bat on the back foot and got blown away for 171. Delanga 5 bowled with great pace and hostility, and overall I thought on that, particularly in that first innings, Gloucestershire bowled absolutely brilliantly to a man. In they go again, Gloucestershire with a very strong first innings. They could have enforced the follow-on. There would have been a lot of talk about that. They decided not to. I think that was the right decision personally. It's proved to be so. They rattled up another 319 for 5 declared. And in that innings, Bancroft again was the foundation with 130 not out. So he's had a pretty good game. And then, as we've just seen, 301 all out on a flat pitch. The second new ball did its job. It needs using, and it was very well utilised, in particular by Marchant Delang, but also right towards the end of the innings there with 3 wickets, no more than he deserved really, for Ajit Singh Dale, who looks a very promising young seam bowler. Well played, Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire will need to lick their wounds. They start again on Friday. Nobody saw that batting performance coming for 171 all out, and I think a few people saw Gloucestershire come in and put in that performance. Well done to them. Thoroughly deserved. I've really enjoyed the game. It's the wrong result for me, but I've enjoyed the game of cricket, and congratulations to Gloucestershire. Enjoy your beers and all the best for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think that summed up fantastically well. I hope everybody that's watched this stream over the last 4 days has enjoyed it. It has been an incredible game of first-class cricket, and one that's had pretty much everything. Runs, high pace, high-quality spin. Just really good. It's kept you engaged on the edge of your seat throughout the duration of the game. So, yeah, thank you for joining us at Wantage Road, and we will see you in a couple of weeks' time when Northamptonshire take on Yorkshire at the county ground. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.